Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, that's the energy we need for today. Welcome to the first policy forum on shock responsive social protection in Rwanda. I think I can arguably say that this is the first sort of gathering on this level of its kind, discussing the issues that we are set to discuss today. So I know I, for one, am really looking forward to the outcomes and objectives of this meeting. And we are all here to discuss, amongst other things, and work towards these objectives. One is to develop a common understanding of what shock responsive and climate sensitive social protection entails in Rwanda. Two, to contribute towards a common framework of strategic policy actions to advance the shock responsive social protection agenda in Rwanda. Like I said earlier on, the different institutions here on a very high level, as opposed to, I think, what was being done before. We all know the same, we all understand the issues, we all understand the priority areas, and we're here to not work in silos, but to kind of put forward this information across different institutions and cooperate together. And last but not all, this forum today, we are going to disseminate evidence from key studies and data in Rwanda around integrated social protection, climate resilience, and disaster management. I think this is a very timely discussion. There can't be a more opportune time to have this discussion. We are doing it at the heels of COP26 that happened recently. We're also doing it amidst a pandemic. So we're really here to understand social protection programs in this country, how different actors can complement each other in providing services in this particular sector. I'm very happy to also say that as always, like we've been doing since the start of the pandemic, this is a hybrid event. So we are here physically gathered in the room, but we are also live streaming this event to people who are not able to attend the event. It is being live streamed on Ministry of Local Government's YouTube website. I know on social media, we are putting forward this information out there. On social media, the hashtags are shock responsive and social protection. So please get your Twitter thumbs ready to share some of the key insights that we're having this morning. And that said, I would like to welcome the first speaker for today, one of the keynote speakers this morning. His name is Mr. Ford Ndiaye. He's the resident coordinator, United Nations Rwanda. And if you'll allow me to just briefly say a few things about him. I know he's a friend of Rwanda. I really look forward to his Kinyarwanda that he speaks from time to time. I know he's been getting better over the years. Mr. Ndiaye has been the UN resident coordinator for Rwanda since July 2017. Prior to his appointment in Rwanda, Mr. Ndiaye served as the UN resident coordinator and humanitarian coordinator in Niger for 5 years. He has also held various positions at the United Nations Capital Development Fund, including head of the regional office for West and Central Africa. Mr. Ndiaye brings 35 years of experience in leadership and management in the field of development and finance. Mr. Ndiaye, it's an honor to have you. Welcome.
I don't know what is the protocol. So can you hear me with the mask? Yeah. So when I was coming, I saw on the flip chart that it will be up to 7 p.m. So I will test your resilience to a shock of seeing me delivering a 7-hour speech. So that's really an important forum. And I want to say that June 1966, some of you were born, others not. But of course, looking at my gray hair, you might guess that I was a teenager or a child. Floods hit my little town of Guinguinéo in Senegal. We had many deaths. My father's house was the only one in concrete, and all the population gathered in my father's house. This was one of the first shocks I was at this scale faced. Second, in 1973, I'm sure Galbert would remember that in West Africa, we have really very severe drought. Many people passed away. And there is a tie with the NGOs because it was at that time that many NGOs were born in West Africa, including CISES, Saving the Sahel, which was one of the biggest local NGO to which I was involved as a benevolent. The third was February 2013. I was RC in Niger. I was the first one to go to Boso, witnessing the first attack of Boko Haram and seeing how population were affected. Why I'm saying that to you all this, I'm very convinced that humanity will pose itself only issues that humanity can solve. Because issues arise where you have solutions or at least glimpses of solutions. At that time, I didn't know about the climate change effect. I didn't know about other shocks. I didn't know all these things, but it framed my conversation towards solidarity and making sure that we at least support people in responding to shocks. That's the core of this discussion. Nyakubava Ingabire Assumpta, Minister of State in charge of Social Affairs. Nyakubava Deputy Regional Director, WFP. Nyakubava Chief Social Protection and Safety Nets, WFP HQ. Nyakubava dignitaries of Rwanda government, development partners, colleagues from the UN agencies, friends. I was tasked to say my little Kinyarwanda. So, Muramutse, Muraoneza, Amakuru. And some of you who want to push the barrier, Amasho. Can you answer? Amasho Ngore. So welcome to the Policy Forum on Shock Responsive Social Protection. Thank you all for sharing your time with us today. I would also like to thank the government of Rwanda and particularly Honorable Ministers Minalok, Minema, and Minagri for their strong support to this forum. This is an important platform for brainstorming and collaborating with you all, our key stakeholders, on the challenges, possible solutions, and opportunities for more climate resilient, climate sensitive, and shock responsive social protection in Rwanda. This forum is about hearing your views on how we can work together to develop a roadmap and strategy for shock responsive social protection in Rwanda. According to WFP, and the chief is here, she'll talk about that more than me, quote, improving the shock responsiveness of social protection. In other words, its relevance to large-scale natural, economic, and political shocks is an appealing prospect both for governments and for their partners working in social protection and humanitarian assistance. The approach has entered the mainstream in recent years, and there are now hundreds of experiences worldwide of adaptations being made to social protection programs in order to build people's resilience or to mitigate and respond better to the risk of disasters, end of quote. Therefore, we are here today because of a very timely and important shared agenda, which is driven by the urgency of climate change, the annual cycle of increasingly frequent weather-related shocks that climate change is bringing about, and the impact these shocks are making on the ground and in communities around Rwanda, which have witnessed with our own eyes. Our interest in the topic of shock responsive social protection was even more justified, most recently by the experiences that we had throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. And as confirmed by the United Nations Common Country Analysis in Rwanda, which is an independent, impartial, and integrated forward-looking collective analysis and evidence-based assessment of a country situation. The CCA we concluded earlier this year has raised various issues, but we saw the impact on economies and communities and how important social protection is, and improved disaster management should be implemented and observed. Many lessons from the response. We are all here today because we acknowledge the importance and need to invest in adaptive social protection systems for enhancing people's resilience and the urgency to tackle increasing poverty and inequalities and vulnerabilities amidst the confluence of the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. We hope today will be an opportunity to find solutions to the shared concern that disasters and shocks undermine our work and our ability to meet our intended results and targets. The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030 outlined 7 clear targets and 4 priorities for action to prevent new and reduce existing disasters: understanding disaster risk, strengthening disaster risk governance to manage disaster risk, investing in disaster reduction for resilience, and enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response, and to build back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. It aims to achieve the substantial reduction of disaster and losses in lives. At the same time, there is a sense of hope that the challenges can be tackled if we are able to come together and pool our response and our technical expertise and resources. Our agendas converge around the SDGs and the government priority of sustainably reducing poverty and catalyzing inclusive economic growth and development. Climate change and COVID-19 truly woke up world leaders to appreciate the power of social protection and the need to invest more into systems and structures that contribute to fostering more resilience in our communities. The just concluded COP26, the next Stockholm Plus 50 and COP27 give opportunities to looking and implementing global solutions aggregating the nationally determined contribution. The COVID-19 crisis exposed the vulnerability of billions of people around the world who were not adequately protected from the socioeconomic impact of losing their jobs. More than 4 billion people in the world still lack any kind of social protection. In Africa, only 17.4% of the total population have any kind of social protection coverage at all, according to ILO. At the same time, the once-a-century pandemic hit us amidst an ongoing climate change crisis that is disproportionately affecting the poorest and most vulnerable people. Climate change is causing shocks of increasing frequency and magnitude. The East African region is seen to be a hotspot for the impacts of climate change. Rwanda, in many ways, is different from other countries in the region in terms of its risk profile. The shocks are smaller in terms of people affected at any one time, but the shocks themselves are in the hundreds of thousands. Rwanda is equally vulnerable in witnessing the changes. It is estimated that if we don't put in place the right investment, climate change could force more than 100 million people into extreme poverty globally by 2030, according to the World Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, this calls on us to establish and strengthen shock-responsive social protection systems to better address the well-being and socioeconomic needs of the future. Social protection is among the important policy tools that governments can use to protect the poor and vulnerable from the consequences of shocks and stresses at every stage of their lives. African governments have recognized the need to scale up social protection programs to meet the challenges brought on by COVID-19, as well as to ensure preparedness for other future disasters. There is a global push to work towards universal social protection through nationally defined policies and programs that protect all people throughout their lives against poverty and risk to their livelihoods and well-being, to ensure that no one is left behind. Rwanda has made a remarkable journey towards poverty reduction and working towards the goal of ensuring social welfare of all its citizens. The social protection sector has evolved into a comprehensive, preventive social protection system that addresses vulnerabilities along the life cycle. At the same time, Rwanda has an impressive government-led disaster response system, and we have witnessed it delivering timely, appropriate assistance to people affected by climate disasters. This system has been built over decades. We now know that no one sector alone can tackle the multitude of shocks and stressors that we face on our path to 2030 and beyond. Strengthening shock-responsive social protection in Rwanda works toward multiple sustainable development goals. The UN system recognizes that there is no magic key or silver bullet to deliver on the SDGs. This is precisely the reason we work predominantly through joint programming. This event here is supported through the Joint Program on Social Protection, funded by the SDG Fund, that was designed to support the government of Rwanda in achieving its ambition in expanding and improving social protection and making it more integrated. It includes support for the system to become more climate sensitive and shock responsive. This joint program has, since early 2020, brought together UNICEF, let me recognize Juliana, WFP, EDIS, and FAO, Galbert, and of course, MINALOC, represented here by the Minister of States, MINEMA and MINAGRI, to explore better synergies and linkages between the social protection, disaster management, and agriculture sector to accelerate poverty reduction. Before concluding, let me highlight that this policy forum is a fruit of the excellent dialogue and collaboration that has been achieved among these stakeholders under the joint program. Therefore, this event reflects the palpable commitment that all the joint program stakeholders have made to advancing the well-being of communities, building their resilience, ensuring we leave no one behind. It is the culmination of years and decades of sustained work and dedicated efforts by many of the technical staff and institutional leadership that are present here today. The joint program recognizes that breaking down silos, including reducing any fragmentation of humanitarian and development work, is essential for each sector to achieve its targets and results. Innovative approaches that emphasize elements of integration and coordination are also essential for cost efficiency and realizing value for money. Furthermore, the joint program recognizes that the SDGs cannot be achieved without risk-informed programming. We cannot close our ears and wish climate change or shock away. We must face them in an informed, coherent, and organized manner. This policy forum on shock responsive and climate sensitive social protection is therefore very timely, and the UN Joint Program is happy to be supporting this crucial dialogue between national stakeholders. The work to define what shock responsive and climate sensitive protection in Rwanda can and should look like must be built on a solid foundation of continued and increased investment in the core national social protection system and program. The commitment to increase social protection coverage, comprehensiveness, and adequacy should continue as outstanding challenges remain. This will require continued and increased financial investment by the government. At the same time, the UN and development partners should continue to accompany this process, making available our respective areas of technical expertise and other resources. This policy forum will give us all insight on some strategies to guide our work in the coming years. It will highlight where investment should be directed and what action should be prioritized. Therefore, we look forward to a frank, fruitful, and solution-focused discussion here today. We know that we can get there if you work together. The UN Rwanda is very proud to be your partner in this process. Together to achieve universal social protection by 2030. We thank EU and SDG Fund and other donors. I also take this opportunity to thank you for your presence, to wish you happy holidays and a wonderful year 2022. Noeri Niziza, umwaka mushia muhire, murakoze cyane, abishize hamwe nakibananira. Thank you so much.
I hope I delivered on my Rwanda.
Thank you very much. I think I'll take off my mask and just to let you know, there's some hand sanitizer that we're going to leave here. So yeah, trying to keep all protocol, COVID-19 protocol observed. Thank you very much, Mr. Ndiaye. Very well said. And I'm very sure a lot of your sentiments will be echoed during the deliberations that we're going to have today different panels, different discussions, different data-based evidence. I'd like to welcome our next speaker, keynote speaker, Minister of State for the Ministry of Local Government, Madame Assumpta Ingabire. The Honorary Minister of State is the Minister in State in charge of social affairs. Prior to her appointment, Honorable Minister served consecutively as a Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion and Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Local Government. Honorable Minister Ingabire, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. UN Resident Coordinator, senior officials from Government of Rwanda, development partners here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Good morning. Ngaramutse neza. On behalf of Ministry of Local Government and on my own behalf, let me welcome you to this one-day high-level policy forum on shock responsive social protection. To start with, this forum comes at a time when globally we are facing the COVID-19 pandemic on top of the common climatic-related and other life cycle shocks, which affect all sectors of the economy and whose consequences are reaching on the welfare of communities. Whereas social protection has contributed strongly to Rwanda's performance in delivering the national strategy for transformation, specifically in poverty reduction target, the National Economic Recovery Framework recognizes the role of social protection instrument in prevention and responding to shocks. Indeed, we have seen social protection contributing to dealing with the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. The ACV5 of 2016-2017 revealed that 38% of the survived household experienced some type of shock. This shows the gravity and magnitude of shocks in Rwanda, which in turn contributed heavily in making normally wealthy people fall into poverty and extreme poverty, thus undermining graduation. The government of Rwanda has put in place programs to mitigate and respond against different types of shocks, such as VOP, safety nets, community-based health insurance, productive asset transfers, savings scheme, including Ejo Heza, agriculture and livestock insurance, relocation of household from high-risk zone, and established system like early warning system and other relevant programs, as well as programs that can ensure the citizen access the required services on a timely basis. On the recent years also, the social protection sector has evolved to accommodate new emerging challenges, including malnutrition, multi-dimension poverty, and shocks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we deliberate on this important thematic area, I would like to reiterate that social protection by MEC through the safety net has potential to catch people in some form of shock and can protect others from being a victim of shocks. Through the public works instrument protection, we still see wider potential in prevention through the environment protection works, in particular planting, terracing, and anti-erosive ditches. This livelihood enhancement scheme, the skills development, financial services, productive asset transfers, the skills development, promote development of more productive and self-sufficient livelihood, which contribute to resilience building and widening of positive coping mechanism in event of shocks. Also, the human capital development interventions the country has adopted, like investment in children at early age, are also visionary and are increasing future productive capacity that is critical in resilience building. Indeed, any social protection program which is not shock responsive is less sustainable. The NST1 under the social transformation pillar calls for promoting resilience to shocks and enhancing graduation from poverty and extreme poverty through improving and scaling core and complementary social protection programs. The government of Rwanda, through the Ministry of Local Government, adopted the social protection policy last year, June 2020, and it is also in the process of approving national strategy for sustainable graduation and Vision Umurenge program VUP, with a view to implement the NST1 agenda in an inclusive and equitable policies, taking into consideration the different types of shocks ranging from climatic and life cycle shocks, including vulnerabilities associated with disability, old age, among others, with overriding principle of leaving no one behind. Distinguished participant in this forum, you know that in fact, and as said earlier, shocks affect all sectors of the economy and communities. Therefore, this calls for a multi-sectoral approach in addressing them. As we deliberate and share reason on shock responsive social protection, I would like to further reiterate that there is no single sector that is self-sufficient in this battle. I therefore call upon you to explore openly all opportunities available to address any policy gap in risk mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. There is a need to do deep to unveil any hidden potential of the social protection systems, as well as the contributions of other sectors, and to advise on feasible coordination and implementation framework to tap the maximum benefit of contributions from the responsive sectors concerned. Clear role clarification is key to eliminate any possible duplication. Finally, but very importantly, I would like to express my gratitude to the UN Resident Coordinator for the coordination of the SDF Fund, under which activity this forum falls. And specifically the World Food Program Rwanda office for the effort, both technical and financial, in ensuring that this forum becomes a success. We thank you very much. I would like also to thank every one of you for taking part in this forum and for honoring our invitation today. I would also like to call for continued collaboration in not only policy development, implementation, but also in resource mobilization, awareness creation, behavior change communication, research development, as well as monitoring and evaluation on shock responsive social protection. Let me end by declaring this forum on shock responsive social protection officially open. I thank you and wish you a successful meeting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I would like us to now go to the next part of the program. And I would like to invite Ms. Sarah Lawton, who I just had the pleasure to meet a few minutes ago. And briefly, I'll just also like to take a moment to introduce her. Ms. Sarah Lawton leads the World Food Programme's global work in social protection. She is developing policy direction technical guidance and support, and corporate knowledge in social protection for the WFP to support countries to achieve their zero hunger and SDG targets through national social protection systems. Sarah has over 20 years experience with the World Food Programme, managing diverse safety net programs and operations in various country offices, including Uganda, Swaziland, Nepal, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. Sarah, welcome. And she is going to give, I think, a presentation that is 40 to 45 minutes, much less. All right. Welcome, Sarah.
Actually, this is the 7-hour speech. I'm kidding, I'll finish by lunchtime. So Honorable Minister Ingabire and permanent secretaries and many different technical staff from government, resident coordinator, and so many development partners, I really acknowledge your leadership in this area, not only with this forum, but more generally, and your partnership. And I'm very honored to be invited to contribute some ideas to the discussion today. And what a time it is really to be talking about shock responsive social protection, where our lives, all of our lives have just been completely disrupted by this crazy COVID. And at the same time, you know, all the other things that disrupt people's lives, climate change and conflict and droughts and earthquakes and so on, those, you know, those haven't stopped. So those of us here in the room today, we work in different sectors, but all of us can contribute to helping households who are affected by major crises like COVID or like so many other things, or who might be at risk of being affected in future. And we have a common interest in doing so. So we can help either by reducing the chance that a household will be suffering when a crisis hits, or by being well prepared so that if someone is affected, we can support them quickly and efficiently, and they can recover quickly. And this really is the goal of what we might call shock responsive social protection. When social protection programs are designed to take into account the kind of major shocks that might happen in a country, some people also might call this adaptive social protection or building household resilience. In my personal view, the precise terminology doesn't matter. What matters is that we agree on what needs to be done. And really what needs to be done, there are three big things. One, we need to build resilience before shocks. Two, we need to shock-proof the programs we have so that they can keep delivering even during a crisis. And three, we need to look at how we can respond to shocks after they occur. So in my talk, I'm going to use the term shock responsive social protection to refer to all of this, the before, the during, and the after. So let's just take a second to have a quick poll of the audience. And I have really just one question to ask you so that we all know the range of experience we have in the room. And the question is, which sector do you work in? And we're going to just group the answers. So could you just raise your hand quickly if you consider that you work in disaster risk management or emergency response or humanitarian assistance, or even if you just have a role in this at central or local level? Yeah, okay. So next, who works in social protection? And I understand it may be many of the same people. Okay. What about who's working on issues such as climate change or agriculture or the environment? A lot of the same people. Okay, this is not surprising. This is part of my point. Finally, who's the point I'm about to make? Who works in other sectors that I haven't mentioned, like education or health or anything else? Yeah, okay. So whichever sector you work in, as I've already mentioned, that you're probably considering the problem of shocks already from one of two perspectives. And one perspective is to reduce the chance that a household is going to suffer when a shock happens. And the other perspective is, how can we support households quickly and efficiently to recover when shocks do? So if you work in disaster risk management, you probably already think about your work in terms of a cycle. You know, you want to prevent shocks from becoming, risks from becoming disasters. You want to mitigate risks. You want to be prepared. Then there's response and recovery. And if you work in social protection, you may think in terms of a similar cycle. You may be thinking in terms of prevention of poverty, or protection for those in difficulty, or promotion out of poverty for people who are able to improve their livelihoods. And the fact that these agendas are quite similar is exactly why there's so much opportunity for collaboration on this topic among people working in many different sectors. So shock responsiveness has become very prominent in global social protection discourse. So briefly, why is this and where did it come from? And I mean, this could be a whole talk on its own, but I'll try to summarize it in just less than a minute. And basically, there's general agreement that the number of disasters worldwide is increasing. And natural shocks are a significant concern, including in Rwanda, and obviously climate change is making the situation worse. Now, of course, crises are not only caused by natural hazards, they can also be economic, for example, mass employment, or they can be political, such as social unrest or conflict. And all of these overlap and can become protracted, which leads to a very heavy burden on emergency responders, and it leads to blurred lines between acute and chronic problems. So in this sort of context, we collectively ask ourselves, are there better ways of dealing with crisis? So improving the shock responsiveness of social protection, in other words, the relevance of social protection to natural, economic, and political shocks, this is a very attractive idea. So if you're a social protection practitioner, those of you who put your hands up earlier in the room, you may be hoping to find a way to improve the ability of social protection programs to accommodate needs of any scale and to enhance their coherence with emergency responses when those are still necessary. Now, if you work in emergency response, including in government agencies, this policy agenda of shock responsive social protection opens up some interesting possible routes to mitigating and responding to the risk of disasters. If that's your job, how can social protection help you? Now, if you're a humanitarian agency or a humanitarian donor, shock responsive social protection may appeal because you're hoping to be able to transfer part of your caseload to the government or its partners so that you can focus on other emergencies. Or maybe you're hoping to be able to channel more international humanitarian funding through nationally led systems. So there are these different perspectives, but everyone hopes that shock responsive social protection will produce better results for people in crisis and that will also save themselves time and energy. So in the last several years, there's been a wealth of research globally into shock responsive social protection. And of course, with COVID, there's been a literal explosion of global practice, and nearly every country in the world now has experience trying to keep regular programs going, trying to adapt them, and developing new programs to meet new needs. So I think there's really no country that doesn't have something to say about this at this point. So, as I said at the beginning, while shock responsive social protection, it's not just about response. Yet that question of whether you can respond to an emergency using your social protection system and whether you should, that is a core question everywhere, including in Rwanda. So I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about that specific idea and what we've learned about this particular idea from several years of research in global practice. Again, we could have a whole session just on this, but I'm going to pull out what for me are 4 of the most interesting key lessons. 1, using social protection systems and programs as vehicles for emergency responses involves some important policy choices. And this is because typically social protection and emergency responses are set up to meet different needs. So if you're looking at linking the two, you're going to need to be asking, who is in my social protection system? Who am I targeting and what are they receiving? Versus who's affected by shocks in my context and what do they need? Now, if these two things match up, you're talking about the same people in the same places, then shock responsive social protection becomes very easy. You can use your same targeting approach, your same transfer value, and you can just focus your efforts on getting more money when you need it. But if they don't match up, if they're different people, or if they have different needs, then what? You have to really think these things through. Do you want to change the way your social protection works so that it will fit emergency needs when they happen? Or do you want to change what you give people in a shock in order to fit existing social protection programs? So I'm not sure if you've ever seen this neat diagram that's super simple, and I'm going to try and do it with my arms because I didn't bring a PowerPoint presentation. But there's a really neat diagram that an international thinker produced. And she has a big oval and says, okay, let this oval represent the entire population in a country. And then within that big oval, there's a smaller oval, which is, okay, that represents the beneficiary population of social protection, because that's obviously a lot less than your entire population. And then there's another circle that a little bit overlaps with social protection and a little bit overlaps with the whole population. Maybe I should have brought a PowerPoint slide just for this one. So that represents people who've been affected by shocks. And you can see that very often there is going to be a bit of a mismatch because the people who are affected by a shock are not normally always already social protection beneficiaries. Some of them will be and some of them won't. So you just have to think these things through, because when you think about topping up or adapting your existing programs, you also need to be thinking about how you're going to be reaching people who aren't currently covered. And you don't want to introduce a sort of any kind of fragmentation in your response by having to do things twice. So it's just the kind of thing that needs to be thought through in advance. So that's the first lesson. The second big lesson is that even without doing anything particular for shocks, good social protection programs are already very helpful for reducing crisis. So making regular social protection programs better in terms of the coverage of the population, the adequacy and the range of needs they cover, this is very valuable in itself because it reduces vulnerabilities and minimizes the impact that shocks are going to have on people. And actually, these kind of investments, expanding coverage, adequacy, and the range of needs covered by your routine social protection programs, these are among the most important investments that social protection actors can make to improve the shock responsiveness of the overall system, especially in places where social protection coverage remains limited. Point 3, having a shock responsive system includes, but goes beyond, having shock responsive programs. So in the case of COVID, there has been so much really fascinating global attention on program adaptations that were made. But there were also hundreds and even thousands of programs around the world that didn't themselves change at all. They just continued doing their core jobs. Unemployment benefits all around the world. I mean, many people needed to have access to unemployment benefits who hadn't previously. Those benefits didn't necessarily change. What happened is that the system was able to accommodate large increases in demand. So the point about this is let's not think only about the programs and the design of those programs. Let's think also about the system, because behind every program, there's a whole system that makes sure programs can happen. And people being able to quickly access something when they need it, regardless of why, is a really important feature. And the fourth point I would just like to highlight is that there really is no blueprint. There really is no one model that's going to make sense everywhere. And approaches really do need to be tailored to context, to the shock profile of your country, and to the architecture that you have in place for emergency response, for DRM, and for social protection. It's a very large toolbox and a great continuum of approaches. So as practitioners, what I think is useful is just to kind of keep reminding ourselves of the key questions. Again, the jargon sometimes can distract us, but keep reminding ourselves of the key questions. If I do X, how is this going to help households at risk of large-scale shocks? What are the other options? Which one is most cost-effective? What's going to work best today? And how does that fit with where we want to go in the long term? Don't worry so much about what we call it. So let me just turn to, I'm going to turn to Rwanda, sort of wishing. Okay, Rwanda is very interesting. There's an extensive global literature around relatively infrequent, large-scale shocks. So big events that affect thousands of people. And when you're in social protection, that's a very specific policy problem. How are you going to deal with infrequent, huge expansions of need? But Rwanda is different. So you have on the table, I think, already a copy of the report from 2020, which was an assessment of the sensitivity of the social protection sector in Rwanda to climate-related shocks. And this was conducted by WFP on behalf of the Social Protection Sector Working Group. And it was done to identify opportunities for mainstreaming elements of resilience building and response to shocks within the social protection system sector, from systems level all the way down to specific programs. And that study contained a detailed analysis of 40 years or something of climate data in Rwanda. And I think you're going to have a really short presentation just after me that's going to give you some of the highlights of that. But obviously this analysis of the shock profile of Rwanda in particular was an important basis for the recommendations of that report. So weather shocks, I'll give you a one-sentence summary. Weather shocks in Rwanda, as you know, are typically very, very localized. So whether those are floods and landslides or dry spells, they're very localized. They're shocks that might affect a few households or a few villages at a time. But of course, if you have several hundred of these high frequency but low impact events every year, the cumulative effect is considerable. What this means is that the social protection, the policy problem, let me say, posed by weather shocks in Uganda is mainly about minimizing fluctuations in poverty. So you have households that are being pushed or pushed deeper into poverty, or better off households that lose assets. And this is very different from the shock responsive social protection discussion elsewhere, which, as I said, is often about handling large increases in caseload. So one event affecting thousands of people, affecting many people. Here, what you have are many, many events, each affecting relatively few people. So it's actually the opposite. A few other findings from the report. There's a lot to say, and I'm going to be, obviously, in the interests of time and not really speaking until lunchtime, being super selective about what I'm going to share with you. But here are some key findings that are important to have in our minds for the discussion today. One, Rwanda is not at all short on policy commitment to more shock responsive and climate sensitive social protection. And I think Mr. Ndiaye highlighted a number of the key government documents that outline this commitment, from the National Strategy for Transformation down to the social protection policy and the sector strategic plan. So it's a very strong and good overall enabling environment that includes very good integration of DRM into social protection policies. Check, great. Two, the study also found very strong leadership in disasters and coordination at central level through, for example, the Social Protection Working Group, the National Disaster Management Platform, and other mechanisms. Also, the decentralized system of governments facilitates very good local coordination between social protection, DRM, and others. We noted that roles and responsibilities between district disaster management and social protection staff are often shared, and there are indications of very strong cooperation. Also, when it comes to emergency response capacity, Rwanda Rwanda also has in place a very strong existing system for delivering fast, relevant emergency assistance. So local authorities, again, I know you know this, but your local authorities are very familiar with their communities. They know immediately who in their communities is affected by shocks, and they're able to act fast using rapid assessments or local authority-led targeting. So a big shout out here and acknowledgement of the role of mayors. My point in all of this is just to say you actually already in the existing system have some very strong shock responsive elements already built in via the fact that mayors know exactly who's been affected by a shock when it happens. So due to the shock profile of Rwanda and due to the institutional arrangements that are already in place, the shock responsive social protection policy challenge in Rwanda is distinctive compared to other countries. And it's distinctive really in two ways. One, as I said, rather than having to deal with widespread, large scale or covariate shocks that affect large parts of the country, the challenge is how to deal with very localized and often very unpredictable or difficult to predict shocks that generally affect a few to a few dozen households each time. And this means that we have the opportunity not to copy and paste shock responsive social protection approaches used elsewhere, but to develop something new and innovative and completely suited to the unique Rwandan context. Second, because emergency response in Rwanda is already nationally managed and works very well, you don't have to solve the issue that we have in other countries of how to coordinate between externally financed humanitarian response and the government social protection system, because mostly emergency response in Rwanda is already being managed by the government. So rather, the challenge in Rwanda is how best to foster coordination between the social protection and the disaster management sectors. So coming to the end of, well, what I'm going to say, but also my really selective summary of key parts of that report, there were really I'm going to highlight 5 big opportunities for consideration today. And there are far more than 5. There are probably 25 or 30, and the report details them much more than I'm going to. But let me just highlight 5 for your consideration. One opportunity is really around policy coherence. And I know that there's ongoing work going on, even since that report was written, to update the disaster risk management policy framework. And there's probably a chance in that process to better reflect the potential contribution of social protection in the response to shocks. So Minema, Minalok, and LODA and other relevant bodies would need to work together to review how best in Rwanda social protection can support the delivery of assistance in the event of shocks, and what this innovative Rwandan model is going to look like. And this, of course, what the model looks like is going to depend on many, many factors, including the overlap between the beneficiaries, current beneficiaries, and your shock affected population, the appropriateness of the modality and the value and the frequency of support that programs are providing, the risk of any risk, if there is a risk, of overburdening existing delivery structures, the likely speed of response, and the political feasibility of scaling down assistance once a crisis is over. Many interesting discussions are surely ongoing already about that, and perhaps will be the topic for the talking today. A second big opportunity is around financing. So any efforts to further define and strengthen the National Disaster Risk Financing Framework, including operationalization of the Disaster Risk Fund, those efforts will also further contribute. And related to that, besides knowing where funding is going to come from, of course, it's also really important to know, to have a plan for releasing and spending it once a shock hits, through, for example, good program preparedness plans and the use of the right data to trigger funding. A third big opportunity relates to the discussions that I believe are ongoing about possible VUP expansion. And it's mentioned in the report, and I've heard since, that there's an unresolved issue of whether VUP targeting will be prioritized to shock-prone areas when the program expands. Is it going to expand based on poverty data, or based on vulnerability to shocks, or based on some other primary consideration? So I certainly have no opinion, no stance on that. The point I want to make is that these are actually all good ideas. And coming back to what I said earlier about the importance of strong routine social protection, this program is going to help people cope better with shocks almost no matter what it does. I said earlier that one very good way to improve shock responsiveness of social protection is to make adjustments to their normal processes so that programs work better, whether they're in shock contexts or not. And one of the major opportunities in Rwanda also seems to be to consider whether it's possible to allow faster processing of requests for UBD reassessment. This would have a big benefit in shocks or other on-demand targeting or retargeting of households. The fifth big opportunity I'm going to just highlight here is that even within your multiple, the Honorable Minister mentioned so many different social protection programs that you have in Rwanda. And there are opportunities for relatively small design tweaks to these existing programs that could help to increase the extent to which they reduce disaster risk and help people manage shocks when these occur. The report details about 20 of these examples, and I'm not going to go through 20, but I could give you a few examples. Their report found that there was probably some untapped potential to make public works more climate smart, so that public works can have an even greater impact in reducing disaster risk. There may also be some potential for the National Agriculture Insurance Program to grow and possibly be layered on to VUP's risk reduction activities through public works, which would help expand access to insurance to lower income households. And this helps transfer some risk. The report has many more examples and much more to say. So to conclude, Rwanda has a well-developed government-led social protection system that already goes a long way in addressing weather-related shocks by virtue of its efforts through many programs to do good social protection. And the more effectively that regular programs are implemented, covering those in need with high quality, timely assistance, the more they will continue to promote resilience to shocks. Our study that you have on the table identified entry points for further complementarity, and it hopefully will enable some further reflection and fruitful discussion today. Social protection takes time. It's not something that you can finish one day and say, yep, I have a shock responsive program now. It takes time. It's a process of many large changes and sometimes many ones that appear small but can have an important impact. A forum like this is a very important step in the process. Thank you very much for inviting me to share some thoughts with you today.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We are now going to take a group photo. I am told we're going to take a group photo, correct? Yes. So I would like to call forward, we're going to have the photo here. Before we go to the next presentation, like I said earlier on, this is a hybrid event, it will be remotely. But before we do that, as they set up for the next presentation, it will be by Mr. Giancarlo Pini. But before we do that, we're going to have a group photo, and I'd like to invite the following people. So Honorable Minister, UN Resident Coordinator Forward, heads of institutions and permanent secretaries who are in the room, if they could come forward for a very quick group photo right now. And I would also like to call the camera people to come forward. Thank you. So heads of local institutions and international institutions, permanent secretaries here. Yes, and the first people we have here in front. Waters. Mr. Pini's work focuses on analyzing and modeling multi-temporal Earth observation and climate data sets to support food security analysis, decision-making, and project design. He is going to give his presentation virtually. So I am told that everything is set up and we're good to go. A warm welcome to Mr. Giancarlo Pini. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to me to be invited to this event. And I want to thank you, Madam Minister of State and the UN coordinator and all the organizers for this opportunity. It's not easy to talk after so high level. But let's go now to technical stuff that are important. I prepared a very quick presentation, and hopefully I will keep the right time. So, as already mentioned, the climate-related disaster are growing. The last 20 years, we have an increase of 84%, so they are doubling, and in the future, the forecast is the same. So, and the affected people is also growing. So, all this information point to the direction that climate is an important factor of disaster in the future. And climate change is affecting the disaster both for increasing, whether in climate disaster, increasing in terms of what? Increasing in type of intensity, increasing in terms of area impacted, increasing the numbers of the type of events that can affect the region. And the same way, they also increase the exposure to vulnerability. But it's not just the magnitude of the event that is important. We always think that we have a big storm and that we are going to have a big impact. Not only true, because if we have it's also a factor of the impact of the event. We can have exposure and availability of people are mostly important to reduce the impact. These are, you know very well. And we can do exactly this is as a function of hazard, is because we can do very few on the hazard. And we hope in the long term, with all the agreements of costs, using the temperature, the emissions, to try to reduce the impact of the hazard. But this is really difficult. The exposure, we can do something for this, protecting people living close to rivers or close to areas that are possibly flash floods, something like that. But we can do a lot on vulnerability capacity. And this is what I think we are going to work in this workshop in a few hours. The type of event that we mentioned in Rwanda, it's quite specific. We have a lot of small-scale events, and the frequency is very important. The frequency that then a lot of small events can be accumulated and the impact increase, and they affect the people, affect their capacity to respond. And then the classic event, the climate-related events are considered as low onset and sudden onset. In Rwanda, you have both. Slow onset is still very proud, and the sudden onset flood or a storm, something that and in Rwanda you have both. So it's quite complex and unique case, and in these terms. What are the outputs of our analysis? I really point out very few slides just to give you the main points. And climate change, climate observation. As you see here, we have on the left our analysis on 40 years, the past, let's say, and on the right we have the future projections, and the change affect the same area. So we have an expect an increase of rainfall in the eastern part and a reduction of rainfall in the western part. So we are talking climate change, climate change. This is very important. And another example is here where we analyze the trend by month, and we saw a reduction of the rainfall in some periods in the two cropping seasons, and we see the same happening in the future. At least our models show the same behavior. So one more time, climate is rage, and these are the main important points. So that there's an increasing variability, increasing temperature, increasing rainfall intensity, mostly in the eastern part, increasing dry spells in the west. So these are the main points, and we are also to consider some recurring climate factors like ENSO, Nina and Nino, and that are affecting recurrently each 3 or 4 years, and they have also some impacts in the reduction in the La Nina here and increasing rainfall. So the main points, main findings are in granular variability. That is an underlying factor, because it creates problems for the land use strategies, and it is not directly a big event from use, but it's something that is always there. Then increasing temperature, heat waves, and wildfires that are probably increasing the next years. Heavy rains and dry spell, we are already experiencing and probably are getting stronger, as we saw from analysis both of the past and the future, and the cumulative effect of the small scale and frequent climate shock. This is the one on the climate contribution must be really some examples of what we do in our ground, climate conservation unit, to try to support the country countries would support the implementation of early warning systems by blending vehicle data in satellite data, creating cloud computing, sharing information ready to use, and processes ready to use in real time, create the interface that show with that information and data. Then we support the implementation of time-based forecast, producing seasonal information for droughts 6 months ahead to be ready for anticipatory action. We support the countries in the analyzing of data, interpretation of threshold, development of trigger systems, and finally we have the dashboard that allow the combined multi-hazard, climate hazard, in this case mostly, and vulnerability exposure in a single system, allow the analysis of all these factors and to highlight the area of interest, where the impacts and how much the impact can affect the population, the houses, and these are something that we manage at the national level. So I hope that I keep my time, and I also hope that you get some information from the analysis we did in a couple of years ago now. Thanks again for the opportunities, and over to me. And good work on the next hours.
Thank you very much to Mr. Giancarlo, and apologies for some of those technical issues. I think they're being sorted out for the next remote presentations. I would like to welcome the next presenter, Mr. Ivan Murenzi. Mr. Ivan Murenzi is the Deputy Director General at the National Institute for Statistics of Rwanda. He, from 2017 to date, he is a statistician and economist with expertise in research, data collection, and analysis. Prior to NISR, Mr. Murenzi worked as a financial inclusion specialist and worked in a range of government institutions, research organizations, and private consulting. He holds a master's in policy economics from Williams College. Mr. Murenzi, welcome.
Thank you, Diana. Good morning once again. I think so far it's been a very engaging discussion we are having here on this very relevant topic. When we were reached out, when we were invited as the National Institute of Statistics to participate in this kind of discussion, usually when it comes to policy matters or issues on intervention, we usually reserve ourselves. We feel like we are not best placed to speak to such conversations. We think we're just good at just giving the numbers. But actually this time around, I thought that we need to add some story to the numbers that probably you have already seen. And so this morning, it's my pleasure to try explain some numbers, which you probably have come across, but more speak to the topic we have at hand. And I hope my slides are able to be shown if it's possible. I think it will be helpful. So yeah, there we go. So my discussion this morning is on how we measure shocks and their impact to Rwanda. So for sure, we know shocks exist and it's already been stated, but I want to speak to evidence from Rwanda, how we see that from the macro level, from the micro level. Macro meaning the economy, various sectors of the economy, but also the micro level when we talk of households, which is actually the most important part. So it's just in 4 parts, I think. Moving on to the next slide. Yeah, those are the areas I'm covering. So what shocks? I'm going to show some of the shocks from evidence, how we measure those shocks, because when we measure the economy, we measure different things, we can be able to trace the effect of the shocks in what we are seeing. But I also want to speak on the impact of those shocks. How significant are they? But also, how do people cope with those shocks? And lastly, a little bit touch on Rwanda's safety net program, the VUP. So when we go to what shocks do we experience in Rwanda, move on to the next slide. I think it's first to just say from my perspective that a shock is an unpredictable event that has a significant impact on individual well-being. And I underline the word significant impact, and I think the other presenters have already made the case. Otherwise, there are so many things that happen. You may catch a flu, it's a bit of a shock also, but it may not have a significant effect. But here we are underlying the significant ones. And I think for me, I would present them in three parts. One is, the nature shocks, which are the real ones we are having. Speak of droughts, irregular rains, floods, earthquakes, and the like. But also there are economic shocks. And some of the economic shocks could be high prices. Sometimes high prices result from maybe drought, but also some high prices might actually not be dependent on the nature. For example, if you think of fuel, fuel is something that sometimes has ups and downs, especially if it goes up. It really affects so many aspects of the economy, and we may not control it because we don't produce fuel. And also unemployment, low demand. If, for example, producers of coffee, if you think of farmers producing coffee, their output, it affects their well-being. But also we can speak of health shocks, illnesses happen in households, could be an accident, it could be death. Those are shocks which are long-term. So to kind of also tease out something as we talk of types, we could also look at dimensions. And here, we can speak of the short run or short-term shocks, the likes of droughts or floods, which can happen in a given season. But COVID could also be placed there, though it's kind of playing out to be beyond short term. We hope it will come to an end sometime. But then you can also speak of long term. If a death happens in a household of a main income earner, that's a long-term shock, and it will definitely affect the trajectory of that household going forward. Then we can also speak of direct effects of shocks, but also can speak of indirect effects. For example, COVID came, it affected various sectors of the economy. The tourism sector is one mainly hit. What does that result to? It results into unemployment. Unemployment becomes an indirect effect, those who lost their jobs. And you can also speak of scope. There are some shocks which affect the whole country. There are some shocks which affect specific regions. So I think with that setting of context, I think this will help me now dive into some numbers. So how do we measure shocks? We measure shocks, or we can see the effect of shocks at macro level, as well as micro level through household surveys. And I want to start with the macro level. And I just picked on some things. What you see there is, to a big extent, the effect of a shock, COVID. So we see that GDP, the gross domestic product, fell by 3.4% relative to the year prior. So if you can see the graph, the trend line, we're seeing that in 2019, the GDP had gone at 9.4. 2020, it was negative to 3.4. And if you look through the sectors, agriculture hit as well, though not so much, didn't go into the negative. But the other main sectors, industry, services, all went into negative. So at the economy level, you can already see that, yes, you can feel the effect of a shock. The economy is at generally a standstill. Less activities happened in 2020 due to lockdowns. You know it all. The story is so recent. And so we can see it in the performance of the economy. So that's how you see the effect of a shock at a macro level. Another way to see it is the next slide from, I think you're moving a little faster. Yeah, tourism. So yeah, that's another one which you could expect as well. These are numbers, I think, produced by LDB. We see that the revenue from tourism compared to 2019 to 2020, big dip, because clearly the number of visitors to the country went down, and therefore the revenue went down. Moving on to the next one, which I picked also, is prices. And here actually I was looking at historical. Around the periods, you see the years down there in the graph, if you follow with me, we are seeing that between the period 2015 to 2017, there were unusually high prices. And when we try to connect back, it was also related to the droughts that happened around that period, which affected agriculture output. And if output of agriculture goes down, it also leads to low supply, and low supply leads to high prices. And we actually see that that also was kind of connected to the poverty numbers that we saw, let alone that I will show. Because when prices of especially food crops goes higher, that means the consumption abilities of people are compromised. What I would be able to buy with the same amount of money will reduce, and I will consume less. And therefore, when we measure the consumption of households, on average goes down, which also is reflected in the poverty numbers. So those are some of the aspects I can pick on at macro level. There are more. I could also say employment. If you look at the highest level of unemployment we had in 2020, 22%, just compared, that was in May, compared to Feb, the same year, 2020, which was 13%. So there's a shock. That's the effect of a shock. So that's at a macro level. And there are many others that we can pick on. But yes, you can see also across sectors. I also now want to speak at household level, because that's very important. We need to see how shocks are affecting households. In one of our main surveys called the EICV, we specifically have a section where we're trying to ask the households, and the question is, what types of shocks have you experienced? The specific question says, did your household experience any unusual situation during the last 12 months that negatively affected? And we go on also and ask some other questions. What were the main two problems affecting your household? If you said yes, what were they? And in there, we're trying to see, are these nature? Are these shocks economic? Are these shocks health? And that's the colors that you can see. The yellow being the nature, the economic being the blue, and the health. And we can therefore pick very useful information from those questions, which I wish to share in the ensuing slides. So what do we find? From the EACV, we do find that 1/3 of the population reports, yes, they are affected by some sort of a shock. I think that's very significant. I mean, here we're saying that 1/3 of the population in that time frame says, in time frame of 12 months, says that they've experienced some form of a shock. And if you look at the nature of shocks, as I said, there's the natural, there's the economic, and there's the health. And there are other shocks. Now, that what we are seeing in those numbers, the 34.6%, is the main shock that most people experience. This could be droughts, floods, landslides, pests, and all the like. Those are natural. But also there are some who say they experience some economic, which is about 10%, then health, then other. What the numbers tell us is that someone might experience all the three. They may experience the natural, they may experience the economic, they may experience the health. But what's more pronounced is the natural shocks. And of all the people who say they experience shock, then those who experience the natural shocks, are about 95%. So we see that at household level, people experience shocks. And if you break it down, you can also be able to see where those shocks most pronounced. And as you can see from the table there, in that period, it was more in the southern rural areas of Rwanda, as well as the Eastern Province. I think for those from Rwanda, you can recall to some of the events that happened in some of those regions around drought, especially in the Eastern Province. And the table below that is just saying that the bigger the household size, the more likelihood that there's shocks. Someone in the household is experiencing some form of a shock. So if you see households with over 6 people in them, it increases the chance that one member of that household will definitely go through some sort of a shock. So I think the takeaway here is that, as I said, shocks can be national, but shocks can be regional or can even be more pronounced in given regions. And we need to pay attention and we need to follow the facts and the numbers so that indeed in our interventions, we are more specific and targeting who is most affected. Now, the table there now also now begin to zero in on now the poor. So what this table tells us is that the poor are more vulnerable to shocks. So if you see that, again, looking at the comparing the periods EACV 4, which was 13-14, and EACV, the next EACV 5, which was 16-17, we see that those who are poor were most affected by the shock compared to the non-poor. And I think the point here is that if you already are struggling in your means and something happens, you are more likely to feel it more compared to someone who is, in a better position. Something will happen, but somehow they will be able to move through it. Just even this COVID we are talking about, we have all been affected differently. And the poor are always most hit. Now, this picture here, I want your attention all to this picture, because this is an interesting picture. It tells some interesting story that I want us to follow. So it's looking at 3 periods of EACV. So EACV, as I said, is a survey that we do after 3 years. And I want to track the periods from 2010, 2013, 14 to 2016, 17. That's our recent EACV. In those surveys, we do what we call a panel data analysis, whereby we track specific households over a long period. And we're trying to see how their lives, their well-being is changing. If they were poor, are they still poor over that period? If they were not poor, have they stayed non-poor, or have they somehow gone into poverty again? And here we're seeing specifically the effect of shocks over the period. Now, if I start with the part above, the poor, we see that in the panel data, again, tracking same households, 44.8%, about 45% were poor in the panel. And in the next period, after 3 years, that's 13, 14, we see that because of shocks, some stayed poor, but some, persevered through the shocks. And maybe you might attribute that to, some developments happening in the economy, or even the social protection interventions that pulled some maybe out of poverty. But what we see is that even those who are non-poor, at some other point after 3 years, time moving ahead, some became poor, about 5%. Now, the part below is even more interesting, because the part below looks at those who are not poor in 2010-11, but somehow in 2013-14, 11%, about 11% of them becomes poor. The idea is that in the efforts of development, you have a starting point of a given percentage of population who are poor, and your effort is to take them out of poverty. You don't plan for those who are not poor, again, to also become poor. I mean, simplistically, that's how you would think about it. At some point in Rwanda's development, there was a given level of poverty, and the idea was, how do we reduce that level of poverty over the years and actually come to zero? But what we are seeing from the data is that it's not only those who are poor that you are trying to take out of poverty. At some point, given the shocks, given the things that happen, even some who are not poor can become poor. And that's an added challenge. So that's what the lower part tells us, that yes, in 2010-11, some were not poor, but out of some experiences of shocks and things like that, about 11% become poor. Now, going on to the period 16-17, actually still 5% of them are still poor. And some who are not poor, I mean, as the sequence, now the story you connect, you can always, indulge the slides later. But I think that's the story we are talking about of shocks here. Shocks can affect some of the people who are not poor and they become poor. And that's something for us to be aware of. So let me speak more into impacts. And I think the previous slide has already started us on that journey. When we speak of impact of shocks, yes, we can be able to actually tease it out in the data. And that's the table next. What this table tells us, don't mind about the so many numbers, but the story is that shocks matter. Shocks matter in the sense that for households who face shocks, that's the sort of sub-table on the top, we can see that when they experience shocks, the poverty rises. So what do I mean? If you see the arrow, I'm trying to show that for those who experience shocks if you compare 2016-17, 43.4, because of the shock, it rises to, the 43.4 was the poor in the period 13-14. If you go across, I don't have a slide mover to take you along, but if you go across, that's the figure 43.4. That's the poor in 23/14. And the column wise, the poor, that column 47% means there was an increase in poverty because of shocks. For the households that did not face any shock, we see that poverty actually reduces. So I think here, the numbers are just confirming to us something we expected. And my message here is that, yes, the numbers are confirming your expectation that shocks can cause that. I also want to say that shocks cut spending by about 8%. And when we regress the percentage change of real spending per adult equivalent, so in EACV, poverty, we measure it by the amounts of expenditure in the household and by adult equivalent. So what we see is that with a shock, the household's spending, or put it at individual level, reduces by 8%, controlling for regions, meaning put aside the effect of regions, like I said, east or south, which is having more shocks. General overall, there's a reduction of we can see that, yes, it's very important. High quality data helps us to track these aspects, but it is always challenging sometimes to complete some of this data. We were not able to do the EACV6, which is after the one I've said, because of the COVID situation, but it is always helpful. So when we engage you partners, now let me pitch for NISR. When we engage you in terms of our activities, NISR, funding for statistics, I think you can tell how this is very relevant, and we need data to always be informed and do the right policies. Lastly, the last section I wanted to touch on was a little bit about shocks. I need my slides. So What we see here is that the percentage of households facing shocks. I mean, this was just an additional slide, like, varying over the period, but I want to more speak about the safety net program. If you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, I just had 2 slides to this. First, I wanted to show that in Rwanda, the safety net program covers about 4.4% of the population, not so big. And looking at the direct support, the public works, and then the microcredits, you can also see it's mainly towards rural, 22%, and I mean 22 for category 1 Budehe, but mainly rural. I think my message here is that by and large, the targeting has been improving and more focused, and that's commendable in terms of is VUP reaching the right people? I think for me, the answer is yes. It's just that the magnitude is small, let's face it. If you compare the percentage of Rwandans in extreme poverty, which is about 15%, extreme poverty. Extreme poverty basically says those who struggle to have the basic means of living to have a healthy life. So ideally, if means were possible, you should try cover most of those. But if it is at 15% and you can only cover about 4.4% or 5, I don't know the exact number, the team here will show, but this is from the data. The reach is still not big, it's not sufficient. And I think for me, my message here is that depending on the resources and how we are able to mobilize resources, I am making a case for the program that there's need for more funding so that they can reach more people. That's my message. Otherwise, the targeting is not the problem in terms of reaching those who are supposed to be getting the means. And there is a research, to end with this slide. The next slide, please. There is a research recently done by some people, and they're trying to see the effect. And they were saying that the effect, yes, it mainly helps the poor, and there's a percentage, 5% contribution to makes to reducing poverty, but still it's minimal. And here, my message on this slide is that actually it's not that VUP or its initiatives are not doing their work. It's the fact that shocks happen and their work is compromised. So when they do their programming, they may identify poor, again, as I said, and they say, well, let's give these interventions. But along the journey, if those same poor you are reaching have some shocks, then even your efforts are somehow undermined. So the effect is undermined. Another way to put it, if you hadn't even intervened, things would be worse. I hope you've got me here. Your effort would even make, if you hadn't intervened, things would even be worse. But what you intervened helped. In Kinyarwanda, I may use the word mwamwaramiye. If social protection hadn't happened, things would even get worse. So I think that's the message here. And I think for me, my takeaway is simple. If you have more resources, yes, you can, as Sarah mentioned, you can do better, target better, try out different things. But at the end of the day, it's how much you intervene with. Given all these compound effects of shocks that will even sustain or help prevent more people from going into poverty. The same can be spoken for public works. Their effect is minimal. And I think for me my assessment is that public works matters when you give those opportunities. If you give them when it's seasons of agriculture, when people are more engaged in agriculture, maybe that's not the best time. Maybe the best time is to be specific when people are not more busy with their agriculture activities so that they can be employed there. So I think I want to conclude here and say that I hope these numbers will inspire the further discussions going forward in the day, but I'm happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. And indeed, that was really a story that accompanied the numbers. I would like to welcome the next speaker, giving reflections on the shock responsive social protection agenda. This is the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Local Government, Mr. Samuel Dusenyumva. He's an experienced manager with a demonstrated history of working in senior managerial positions in both public and the private sectors. Prior being appointed to the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Local Government, Mr. Dusenyumva was the coordinator of the Single Project Implementation Unit at the Ministry of Public Service and Labor. Welcome.
Good morning once again. Part of mitigating shock include using very well the time that we have. And as you might see, we are behind schedule, so we try to be very quick. UN resident coordinator, senior government officials, representative of development partners here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm going to use a few minutes and I'm going to have a very easy task, because the task is to ice break the reflection on shock responsive social protection. Let me begin with a few examples. My colleague from NISR talked about numbers. I'm going to put the numbers to the people in a given area. In Gakenye district in 2016, out of the night, we woke up with the very sad news that there were landslides and some heavy storm related shocks. In those incidents, 76 people died just overnight. In 2020, again, the same district, we lost 27 Rwandans in the same districts. So meaning that 2016 to 2020, in Gakenye alone, 2,068 households lost shelter with other related properties. For those who know our country or any other country, especially in Africa, when you lose shelter and related amenities, it is a very, very big shock. Let me take another example of Rubavu districts. In May 2021, actually this year, you have heard about the volcano eruptions in the eastern part of Congo. Just overnight, around 1,710 households lost their shelter, with thousands of Congolese fleeing in Rwanda, posing further burden on social response systems in Gisenyi, especially in the Rubavu districts. Let me conclude on the example of where we are here in the city of Kigali. You know, with COVID-19 related lockdowns, in Kigali alone, the government decided to distribute food relief assistance. We were shocked when we started the planning of that operation, which I think was successful. We had planned for around 70,000 households. Shockingly, people who required food assistance in March alone was around 121,000 because of the shocks related to, informal sector that was closing, service industries, other industries, as previous speakers mentioned. In the third lockdown in July, the number almost doubled of people who required food assistance. So these few examples highlight the rationale of this forum. And we are very happy that at least we can sit down and reflect on the risks that shocks are posing to our programs of social protection. I would like to appreciate the previous speaker who talked about how can you align social protection interventions and other shock-related interventions. Here I'm talking about the very wonderful work that is being done by the ministry, including the Ministry of Emergency Management, the Ministry of Environment, and other institutions, government institutions, stakeholders who are trying to do their best to keep this world and this country safe. It is true that shocks are not only related to weather, because we have seen with the rise of COVID and the scientific are saying that we have more coming our ways, so that we can have more shocks. Ivan was talking about even economic shocks. Now in our region, we're also experiencing some civil unrest related shocks, where different conflicts are causing a number of situations that pose a threat to human lives. So in times of shocks, we have also seen that unexpected pressure is put on support systems, and the effects are felt on all levels of the society, with the most dramatic on vulnerable households. So it is in light of the above that we understand that we need to find ways that are different from the traditional method that we've been using, so that we can provide the required rapid and sustainable solutions to the risk posed by shocks. Our national strategy for transformation reiterates a commitment to strengthen and support households and communities that are affected by disasters and shocks. Our social protection pillar in NST urges us to continue mainstream disaster risk reduction and management into all development sectors, social protection, sector inclusive. So we can really see that we have a very good policy and legal framework that can allow us to integrate our interventions. But the question comes, we know there are so many interventions that are happening around, but I'm going to mention a few that can help us to reflect on new ways and new activities that we can bring to our communities to try to mitigate the effect of shock-related disasters. Of course, we have social protection. Ivan, you're talking about the insufficiency funding. It is true. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the available data, for example, the most recent economic updates, the number are even bigger. So there are so many people who fell into poverty, and we don't have the resources that are consistent with the need. But we can do much better using efficiency. For example, it has been, experienced from the communities, maybe NISA will help us to put the data on that, that we need to support enrollment of more and more young folks into off-farm activities, especially economic activities, because at least these ones, they can have different source of support in terms of shocks. For example, if you have seen the amount of resources that are going to, for example, service industry in the economic recovery, in the construction industry, you see less in sectors like agriculture and sectors like those. So we need to ensure that we can build the capacity of our young people so that they can join off-farm economic activities. At the same time, we need to continuously enhance the preparedness by diversifying source of income in households and increase uptake in savings. It was mentioned enough even by the Honorable Minister and the speaker who was speaking remotely. But how can it happen? We have seen during this COVID time that households that had several sources of income, for example, agriculture and livestock, they were much better equipped to face the consequences related to COVID. So it means that for the government and our development partners, we need to be able to couple interventions to support these poorest households and try to fast track graduation. The government of Rwanda is very much engaged on this journey. And if you look at the number of labor-intensive interventions in place across the country, it is very evident that we are doing everything that is in our power to influence the situation. However, it is also clear that government response alone cannot address the problem. On the other hand, there is need for more collective efforts. And here we are calling upon the interventions of the civil society organizations. We are very happy of the work that is being done, but we can do much better by looking at what is not happening right so that we can address it. Good enough in the Ministry of Local Government, we have taken a bold step to engage civil society organizations and NGOs and even give them government funding so that they can implement some of the interventions, because we know they can do it much better, and we can work together by ensuring that we can monitor and evaluate what is happening. We are going to continue doing that, and we do look forward to your support in this engagement. We also need a much stronger early warning systems so that we can be able to predict the onset shocks where possible and mitigate the impact. Our shock responsive social protection also need to be linked with other complementary services. It was highlighted enough. In today's discussion, I do look forward that we can be able to share experience and to look at lessons that have been learned from other different countries, the different parts of the world, and so that we can take this important agenda forward to the benefit of our citizens. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dusenyumba. I would like to welcome the next speaker. I'd like to welcome the next speaker, Mrs. Edith Haynes. I hope I've pronounced it correctly. We know her, of course, as the World Food Programme representative and country director in Rwanda. She has more than 25 years of experience in humanitarian and development assistance, and she has worked in a wide variety of contexts, implementing and managing complex food assistance programs for the World Food Programme, previously serving in Somalia, Cambodia, the headquarters, of course, in Rome, Bangladesh, amongst others. Welcome.
Good morning again. And hardly anybody pronounces my name correctly, so I wouldn't worry about that. Okay, I've been asked to give some reflections, just a few minutes, and so much has been said already that I don't feel I will be adding much. I'm just re-emphasizing a number of the points that several of the speakers already made this morning. And one of this is on working together across different sectors. And even the Minister of State also mentioned this, the need to work across sector. And this is really a challenge in different types of institutions, be it government, NGOs, the UN, donors. We all struggle with this, but it's so important to be able to coordinate to avoid inefficiencies. And if we don't coordinate and work together across sectors, we create a lot of noise for the people we're supposed to be serving, but also the people with whom we're working together, which makes working together so much more difficult. Sometimes we also genuinely speak different languages, and Sarah actually mentioned this as well. We use different terms, and that can be obstacles for collaboration, but they can also be helpful bridges. And just to point out a few examples again. In the social protection sector, we talk about the preventative, protective, and promotive objectives of social protection, while the disaster management sector, they talk about prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response and recovery. And our climate change colleagues, they talk about losses and damages when they refer to disasters and shocks. So all in the same sphere, but we're actually using different terminologies. We have also heard the word resilience many, many times already this morning. And it's an intriguing terminology, but also one that confuses many. There's not one standard definition, and even in one institution, let alone globally, different people explain resilience in different ways. And if you would ask 5 of my WFP colleagues to define resilience, they would come with slightly tweaked different wording depending on their area of work, the angle at which they look at resilience. The forum here today could be labeled anything between adaptive social protection, shock responsive social protection, which we have been using most of the morning, climate sensitive social protection. And so we have, as I said, varying definitions of each of them. And it's good to recognize that these definitions have some differences. But today we focus on the understanding of what shock responsive social protection means. And basically, the only thing it means is we have to take shocks into account when we are dealing with social protection. In the same way as we talked about and we still talk about gender sensitive activities, just activities making sure you take gender into account. It's exactly the same thing. So we wish to look broadly at how social protection systems can become more resilient, contribute to climate change adaptation over the long run, and contribute to disaster management before, during, and after when shocks actually hit. So dialogue is a major step. And this dialogue is very timely, because we have seen already, we had our colleague from NICER, but as well as some of the other speakers giving us some data already. And we see that shocks, they are important drivers of poverty and food insecurity. And Rwanda is no exception to that. What we see in our joint program for social protection, and we're implementing this program together with UNICEF and FAO in 5 districts in the country. What we see when we talk to local governments is that there's no good year for all the districts in a country at any given time. There are hundreds of shocks across the country in Rwanda every year. And in the DPCG meeting that we had earlier this week, we heard that of the GDP losses, 1.4% of the GDP loss is attributed to disasters, and especially floods and the impacts of floods. So a very big impact in Rwanda. And we heard earlier that about 1/3 of the population across the country is impacted by disasters and shocks every year. In WFP, we did a baseline survey not too long ago, and this is in 5 districts for our resilient livelihood program. So these 5 districts are very shock-prone districts and with high poverty levels. So this is not a representative sample for the whole country. They are chosen because of their vulnerability. And we found there that 99% of the targeted beneficiaries, they had faced shocks over the last year. And on average, a household faced 4.7 shocks in a year. So that's just giving you the size of that. We heard earlier 30% of the overall population. There was another 85% figure. But in those 5 districts, 99% of the households were impacted. And so we cannot expect vulnerable households to actually fend for themselves and cope without well-coordinated assistance. And the impact of shocks are wide. Its impact on their livelihoods, but also indirectly on the nutrition of the household members, on education, because sometimes as a coping mechanism, children have to be pulled out of school. So the impact is huge. And again, we saw some statistics from the National Institute of Statistics. So what we see in our joint program also is that linking disaster management and social protection systems makes total sense. But in many ways, we also have to recognize that a lot of that linking is already happening organically at the local level, and there is local capacity already existing in many ways. But some elements of shock responsive social protection have been tried and tested, and COVID has been given as an example, I think, in every presentation this morning. And we have seen how it's useful to have an existing social protection system and coordination around it, and how you can build on that. So we have, as many of us already said, a strong social protection system in the country, but equally also a strong disaster management sector. What we need to do is now looking at how we can bring those two together. And just to give again the example of COVID, what we saw is that at the very initial stage of COVID, the impact was not necessarily the same group of people that are beneficiaries to the VUP, because we saw especially urban impacts. And so where VUP is more rural-based, it's also quite static. So at a certain point in time, the government does the targeting for the VUP program, and then you have to wait until basically another cycle before that can be changed. So while here, when we talk about shock responsive social protection, we're looking at how can we build in that flexibility? How can we link the shocks and the impacts they have on people, which might be the same people, it might be different people. So again, talking about that vertically, maybe changing the amounts, but also horizontally the scope and coverage of the programs. So basically what we have to do today is think of what the families and the individuals that are vulnerable to shocks, what do they need? What resources do we already have in place? What system do we already have in place? And how can we bring things together? So just to conclude, terminology should not stop us from working across sectors. We need to work and coordinate across different sectors. The aim is to support households before, during, and after shocks. And in the end, the overall objective is to make communities and households more resilient to shocks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do not have time for Q&As, but we are now going for a coffee break. So I would advise anyone who has questions for all the speakers who've been here to just, walk up to them and feel free to ask your questions. We have a coffee break for 15 minutes. 15 minutes, and then we'll be back in the room to continue the rest of today's program. So 15 minutes, and feel free to approach the speakers for any questions you may have for them. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Hi, Gloria. Can you hear me?
Yes. We hear you.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Oh, yes. Now I can. I just have to turn you up a bit.
Okay. What about now?
That's a bit better. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear the room music and
The
things.
room music.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, now you're a bit louder. That's great.
Oh,
Is the can you hear me okay with this microphone?
yeah.
Yeah.
Proper.
Oh, good.
Hi, Emily.
Yeah. Hi, Gloria. How are you doing?
I'm okay. We're just doing a sound check.
Uh-huh.
We didn't pan out sound in the morning, so we are just taking questions.
Yeah. Great.
I just want to project you onto the screen.
Okay.
And then will she be able to see what's going on? Oh, so you can see the whole.
And now I just see the slide, the background slide.
So eventually it will be you who's on that background slide.
Okay. Oh yeah, now I can, in the little window, I can see the projection, I think.
Like like it won't be reversible. Okay, I want to see like the proportions and whatnot. Because there's also someone sitting right beneath the screen. And I don't want her to tower over that person. Sorry, Emily, it's a lot of optics.
No, don't worry, don't worry. Hey, Gloria, while you're kind of working on the projection bit, just to ask, has anyone in their talk already been kind of gone over the basic understanding of risk, like the three components and how those relate? It's quite disorienting seeing 3 pictures of myself on my screen. I'll have to hide that, and pull my talk up so I don't have to look at myself.
Sorry, Emily, do you still have me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, then I can see how you look on the screen, and I'll now try to fix it. Please don't remove her yet. I need to take a photo. Internet. Emily, could you disconnect any other devices that would be connected to the internet while you're presenting?
Yeah, there shouldn't be too many other ones, but I can see, yeah.
Okay, so that would be very helpful because otherwise it becomes a scratchy image. Okay, then I think this is it for the sound check. We are waiting for people to come back from tree break.
Okay.
And then we have James's presentation. Then we have you.
Okay, and did you hear my question just now about has anyone in their talk already gone over the sort of different dimensions of risk?
I started responding and then I moved on.
Oh, sorry.
So let me get Tina to send you the notes they've been taking, then you can see what has been said.
Oh, good, because
so
I did.
have her send it as soon as possible.
Okay, and is it okay if I go slightly over the 5 minutes? I mean, I've been, sort of close, or do you want me to? Okay, that'll help. I'll try.
Yeah, like maybe if you have to, then 6.5.
Okay,
I
I'll.
think the facilitator will keep me in check.
Okay, no, good to know. Okay, so I will. Is it okay if I keep listening in to this next session? Can I just take off my video and sound and listen in?
Yeah, for sure. Like for the rest of the sessions, you can stay on, especially for the HSMP since it transitions into your session.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Okay,
so stay on.
great. I'll be here then. See you later.
Okay, bye.
Thanks. Bye.
It's a new generation. Let's try to
ndetse nkabafasha.
Okay. Angle the banner like this.
Kagarure hano.
No, twist it.
Okay.
Let's try and set up quickly. If it doesn't work for the camera, we'll switch it. So.
Mufashe gukora intebe mana zegeranye. Oya bikore mana, bikora uko abikubwiye.
Let's turn this chair because this person is facilitating. Yeah. Yeah. This one to angle the chair. Yes, yes, yes. Do you need it more angled? Or is it angled? Okay, great.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take to your seats. We're really running behind schedule, so it's really in everyone's best interests that we kick off immediately. I'd like to introduce the next speaker, the next presentation. I hope many of you got to ask questions to the speakers here. If you had any requests for clarifications, any follow-up questions, I hope you ask them during the coffee break. The next speaker is going to give a presentation on the evolution of the shock responsive social protection agenda over time in Kenya and future opportunities. This is a case study, and his name is Mr. James Odwor. He's the CEO of the National Drought Management Authority in Kenya, and he has worked in the senior capacity with the Kenyan government for nearly 25 years. Mr. Odwor is also was also a senior agricultural officer in charge of early warning and food security, amongst others. I would like to welcome him to give his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. As has been mentioned, I'll take you through a presentation on evolution of shock responsive social protection agenda in Kenya and future opportunities. I want to say that in Kenya, the government has been doing a lot on the issue of social protection, and a lot is still to be done. So it's a long story and it's a lot. So whatever I'm going to present here is a highly summarized story. maybe in future we could share some documents with you so that you get the bigger picture. Otherwise, whatever I'll present here is a very, very, maybe smaller version of what is going on. Next. Regarding the structure of the presentation, I'm going to mention briefly the country context, a bit of the shocks that are experienced in Kenya and where the social protection issues come in. And then I'll mention hunger safety net specifically. I'll give the background and key activities of the program. Then after that, I'll mention how the shock responsive mechanism was designed. And it's not a standalone. The shock responsive mechanism is part of the bigger hunger safety net program. So I would really want that one to come out clearly that it's not standalone. We have the bigger program running, then the shock responsive part is just part of the bigger program. Then I'll mention briefly how the shock responsive mechanism works. And then evolution, how it started briefly, where we are today, what are the key issues. And then of course the results, what we have achieved, what we have yet to achieve, and challenges and lessons. Whatever we do, we have challenges, we have lessons, and we can use those lessons for the future also programs. And then briefly, I'll also mention the future opportunities. So the next slide. In terms of country context, in Kenya, we experience diversity of shocks. And I'm glad the previous speaker mentioned the shocks and types of shocks and all this, so I don't need to explain. When I say shocks, they are clear. The bad news is that sometimes these shocks are felt simultaneously. Like now, we have drought in parts of Kenya. The bigger part of Kenya, of course, is arid and semi-arid. Then we also have COVID-19 problems. We have also had locusts and other issues. And when you have the shocks happening simultaneously in the same areas, then of course the vulnerability becomes more, the resilience goes down, and the poverty issues even increase. In Kenya, our livelihoods are also rainfall or climate dependent. We depend so much on agricultural production. And each time we have a problem with the climate issues, then we are in trouble for the bigger part of the country. The other issue to note is that the shocks, the unpredictability of shocks is also increasing. Things just happen overnight. You wake up and it's floods. Another day, maybe drought. Another day, maybe something else is coming. And it's very difficult to focus that this one will happen maybe in the next 5 years or 10 years or something like that. And as I've already mentioned, our biggest headache is drought. Because most of the areas are semi-arid or arid, and drought affects a large part of Kenya and also affects very many people. And the cost is very high. We've done sometimes assessment of the damages and losses, and it's very high, and it causes actually reduction in general economic growth. Another factor we are also noting is that the vulnerability appears to be deepening. Nowadays, when you have a relatively small shock, then more people are affected and affected badly, which means with the time, these shocks don't give communities time to recover. They are frequent, and people are becoming poorer, and the capacity also to deal with the shocks is becoming very low. Next. Now, regarding the social protection itself, as a whole, social protection in general, because even hunger safety net that I'm going to mention is just part of the social protection. In Kenya, it is a constitutional issue. Our Constitution 2010 has got in it a Bill of Rights. And that Bill of Rights in the Constitution says that communities have got right for protection. They have to be protected against shocks. and they have to be supported. So in Kenya, if there's hunger and somebody dies because of hunger, the government can be sued because part of the constitution. It is also a policy issue and given a lot of prominence in the policy so that it's got a legal backing. It's not just something that is done. And we also have elaborate institutional framework that manages and handles the issue of social protection. For example, we have National Social Protection Council and National Social Protection Secretariat and a whole ministry dealing with those issues, just to oversee the activities of social protection in Kenya. Because in terms of actual activities, they're handled by different institutions, different ministries. But that one doesn't matter. As long as there's a team or a group of people overseeing all those activities, regardless of who is implementing, to us, that is the most important. Then we have a program under which key social protection issues are implemented, or a program under which the main cash transfers in Kenya are implemented. We call it National Safety Net Program, and it's under that program that the 4 cash transfers are implemented. It manages the 4 cash transfers, which I'm going to mention. And in terms of shock responsive social protection, the responsive part of it is really emphasized in this program. We are saying, yes, do the normal activities at normal times, do whatever, but when there's a shock, then you must have the flexibility to do something to handle the shock, or to cover more people, or to take care of that shock. Next. Now, in terms of the programs itself, the main programs are these 4. We have provided the names here, the cash transfer, orphan and vulnerable children. There's a program which supports the family that take care of orphan and vulnerable children in Kenya. There's also cash transfer for the older persons. Anybody above 70 gets some support. And also those people living with severe disability, and a criteria for severe disability is defined, they get support, and also the hunger safety net. And we have mentioned here whether they are the households or individuals. And we have also put the number here of those households or individual per program, and what is transferred, what is gotten, or what they receive regularly every 2 months in terms of either individual or households, and what the government spends every year in each of these programs. There are others, but these are the main ones. So you can see we are talking of $254 million US the government is spending in these 4 programs. And that's not all. Even with that amount, we cannot say we have done 100%. There's still a lot of done. So the moment you start thinking about social protection and you think of the shock responsive, then automatically the amount of resources or the issue of resources comes in automatically and comes in very fast. Next. Now, specifically on hunger safety net program, this is an unconditional cash transfer program. And its objective is to reduce extreme hunger and vulnerability in the arid counties with high level of exposure to drought. We are calling it the name hunger because it was designed for those areas with high drought risk, and it was designed because of drought vulnerability, and it was designed to do with hunger so that the community in those areas can also at least eat well. That was the objective. I know different programs have different objectives, but this one is drought specific and hunger specific and vulnerability caused by drought. We started a pilot phase in 2009 to 2013, and then phase 2, 2013 to 2019. And then now we are in phase 3, 2019 to 2023, which we're implementing currently. And as we were implementing phase 2, having consulted, having learned, having had discussions, this is the time we factored in the program, the shock responsive mechanism. We said, okay, we are covering people currently, we are covering households regularly, drought or not drought. However, when something else comes in, how do we cover the rest of the people? And we factored in that bit that if, let's say we have drought, then we must have the flexibility of covering more households. Even in 2015, we covered more people because of El Nino effects. And in this map, we are just showing the arid areas which are in deep red, and the other areas semi-arid, and the arid areas in bold. Those are the 4 counties we are covering currently, and we are now expanding to the other arid areas. And I think in the next 1 year or so, we'll be covering a total of 8 counties. And of course, the budget will be much, much higher than that. Next. Let me give you a bit of background of the Hunger Safety Net program. Just a bit of it, it's a long story. First, every phase we start with registration of the households in an area we want to cover. Like for example, this time we have registered all the households in those 4 counties. We are calling it census-based voluntary household registration, because it's not a matter of asking people what you do, it's a matter of you have to be registered in the location and in the household. If you don't have a household, or if you don't show the house or where you live, you cannot be registered. But people must come to that compound and take the details of the household, the IDs, the phone numbers, the family size, and all these things. After the registration and all that data is put in MIS system in a computer, then those households are ranked in terms of poverty. Like for example, now in the 4 counties, we have over 550,000 households, and they must be ranked from number 1 poorest to the last poorest, up to 550,000 households. There's a way of doing scientific ranking, looking at indicators and then giving all those indicators the weight and ranking. But even after doing the scientific ranking, then the teams go back to the communities in small units and project those rankings to the communities, and then allow the community also to rank. Say, no, 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 no. In our view, this one is not poor. This one has got a child working in the US, he sends money. This one has got business somewhere, this one. And then it is after the scientific ranking and the community-based ranking, then we have the final ranking that is in the database. After that, the bank accounts are opened for all those people, so that each one of them has got individual bank account and the ATM card, just like the bank accounts that you have. So through that registration and ranking and opening at the bank account, right now in those 4 counties, we are covering slightly over 100,000 households that get payment regularly. This number, the 100,000 households, this is just 20% of the poorest people. There are still other 80% that are in the system that have been ranked. But because of the resources, this is the number that we can cover right now. And you know, I've been saying these are the counties which have the highest poverty level and the most vulnerable to drought. So we have the information in the system. We have ranked the poorest, but unfortunately, because of resources, we can only cover that small number. So we ask ourselves now, what do we do with the rest? It depends on the resources that we have. And then in our case, approximately 65% of those households are women-headed. I'm sure there are so many advantages of dealing with women-headed households. I'll mention some of them as we go along. And again, as I mentioned, that's where we are in terms of Hunger Safety Net, regular cash transfer at the moment. We are expanding, and maybe in the next 1 year, instead of the 4 counties and instead of the 100,000 people, 100,000 households will be covering more people. Next. This is the same thing that I mentioned, but just giving it a lot of weight, that all these people are registered. They have been ranked according to wealth. They're in the data, the MIS system, but we have divided them into 2 groups. Group 1, the poorest household, the 100,000 I'm talking about right now. And this get regular payments, shock or no shock, drought or no drought. And it's $50 per household every 2 months. And these are the number of households we are covering currently. Then the others that are not in the 100,000, they only get payment when there's a shock. And the payment is emergency payment because they are paid every month when you have that emergency or shock. And each month, a household gets something like $25. And the highest number we have ever covered, because we have been handling it since 2015, is 273,000 extra households over and above the 100,000 when we do the shock responsive component. So it's like you have people you pay regularly, but when something happens, then you pay more people. And that's what we are calling shock responsive, because the system is built in a way that when something else happened, you don't need to collect extra data, you don't need to do anything. The system is already there. You'll generate the names from the computer, and there's a system and people are paid directly. Next. How the shock responsive mechanism was designed. In 2015, when we were paying the regular household, it was decided. It was not afterthought that we need to factor in mechanisms so that when something happens, then the other people can be paid automatically without having to do extra work. So it was something we thought about, we discussed with the various stakeholders, and it was agreed. And it became a policy issue that you are not only going to pay people regularly, but you're also going to have a mechanism to pay more people through the program when something happened. And we did not just do it and stop there. Each time something happens, we discuss, we learn, we review, we do assessments continuously so that we can still keep on modifying the system as we go along. You don't just do it and stop there, because there are so many issues that come up when you implement. There are so many questions and all this. The next thing, of course, is we registered, I've mentioned. The registration was for the whole, not necessarily shock responsive, but everybody was registered and the names put in the database and the ranking done. And in terms of payment, is banking system. We contracted service provider, and this service provider is a bank, and the money is sent to the branches. And also we have got elaborate network of agents, the people with the shops or with the businesses who have got the machines. And the beneficiaries don't have to walk for long distances. They just go to the nearest market center or to the shops, and the agents pay them from there. How much to pay when there's a shock or this household that are in group 2? Again, we said for each month should be the same as the people we pay regularly. We didn't want to put a certain, maybe different payments. We thought it would bring problems. Maybe it was oversimplification, but we said whether it is normal, regular payments, or because of the shock, the payment per month should be the same. Now, when it comes to what we are calling what is viable or financing scenarios, this is where we had a lot of work and we had a lot of discussions. First of all, we looked at our early warning system over the years, and we said, through this early warning system in these areas over the years, how many people are affected during the drought? And then we came up with a number of the extra people we can pay in case there's drought. We looked at the drought over many years. And we realized that during a severe drought, if you were to pay these extra people, the budget was going to be very high. So we said one source of money to pay could be from the budget. Put the budget in the hunger safety net for that upscale or for shock responsive part. But still, it was not going to be enough because we realized it was going to be too much money in the budget, and probably the government looking at it and looking at other sectors, it was not going to work. Then we said the budget could just be one way of getting the money to pay. We said the second one then should be in terms of a fund, and we have a national drought emergency fund, which has been established and can be used for response. It is something like $20 million per month the government gives. And we said the second option we can use for that payment in case the budget required, what is required is above the budget, we can use the National Drought Emergency Fund, certain percentage of the money going to that payment. But from the scenarios, we had also realized that even if you use the budget or National Drought Emergency Fund, a lot of money could still be required. Then we said the third option would be to go the insurance way. The government to buy premiums from an insurance company, and when we have time to scale up, then we get payout. We said that could be another option. And then the last option also, we said we could have a facility, World Bank facility is called CATDDO, Catastrophic Drawdown Option, that we can also use to pay that scale up. So putting all these things together, we realize that if we go for the budget, we go for National Drought Emergency Fund, we go for insurance, and that CATDDO, even if the drought is severe and the budget becomes extremely high, we could still manage to pay. And I think those were the options we had, because we realized if we did not look at it comprehensively, we would be saying the shock responsive, but we would not have money to pay. The other area that gave us a lot of headache was then how do we trigger this payment? How do we trigger? What will show us that now we need to pay? Having looked at all the indicators, we settled on what we are calling Vegetation Condition Index. Vegetation Condition Index is what is already monitored by our drought early warning system. These are the satellite images derived from the satellite, and it shows the condition of vegetation on the ground at any one moment. And we wanted something that very objective, something that is quantitative, something that is auditable, something that cannot have two people, then two people will have different interpretations or looking at differently. We wanted something very scientific because we said we are going to use a lot of money. And if it's something that can easily be manipulated and using a lot of money, it can put us into a lot of problems. So we settled on VCI. Now, the good thing about VCI in these areas, it is we are dealing with the pastoral areas. We are dealing with areas that are predominantly livestock as a main source of income and livelihood. And the moment you have a problem with the vegetation, it links very well with the problem of water. It links very well with the problem of pasture. It links very well with the problem of livestock losing the body condition, milk production, and then the prices are also low. So we said when you look at VCI and the livelihood and sources of income and source of money, the VCI can give us a very rough idea on how effects are on the ground. And even then, each time we pay, we look at the VCI and we pay, we still go back and do assessment. We said, okay, this is the VCI, we paid based on this, but what was the issue on the ground? We look at water, we look at pasture, we look at livestock production, we look at the prices. And for these years, we have had very good link so that when the VCI says there's a problem, on the ground also, there's a problem. The sources of food have been affected. The sources of income has been affected. So it's because it links very well. But I'm sure if it was not, major livelihood was not livestock, if maybe it was a different area, you're dealing with different issues, it could be different. But for us, that one has fitted very well in those areas. But maybe for others, maybe you can look at something else. Next. Briefly, how the mechanism works. Very briefly, in this map, we are showing those counties were covered, and we are showing the sub-counties. So when the vegetation condition shows green, we put green in color, that means it is normal. In terms of vegetation, there's no deficit, it is normal. That time, no payment is done. Because we assume, rightfully, because we have been monitoring, that the sources of income, sources of cash, sources of food for those people have not been affected or negatively affected. We assume that whatever is happening at that time of the year is chronic, is a normal situation, and nothing to do with the shock. When it is yellow, we say the vegetation condition is in moderate deficit. It's a bit of deficit. But even at that time, because we have done a lot of assessment analysis, the situation there in terms of the life of those households is still normal, nothing to pay. But when it reaches red, this is what we are calling severe vegetation condition deficit. And these issues have got values. There are certain values, quantified values. Then there's trouble. The sources of food and income have been negatively affected. So in a sub-county is the unit of analysis. In a sub-county, each time we reach red, which is severe vegetation condition, then in that sub-county, 50% of the poorest household get payment for that month when the situation like that. So you go to the system and say, 50% of the poorest household are these ones. You remove the ones that get regularly and you pay the rest. System, you don't need to do any extra work. Just tell the system, give me 50% of the poorest, remove those people who get regularly, pay the rest. Now, when the condition is deep red, that's the time we say it is extreme. Then 75% of the households in that place, in that sub-county, get payment. We remove the people who get regularly and we pay the balance. Again, there's no work to be done because it's a computer. You don't need to do any other assessment. Once you get the 75%, you remove this. The others have got their bank accounts, they have got details. You simply take the money for that month and put into those bank accounts. So that's how it's been working. We have this trigger and we use that trigger, and our smallest unit of analysis is a sub-county, and we pay based on those ones. And even then, even after paying, teams have to go back because now they have the time we are paid and really analyze. Say we paid because it was severe. What was the actual situation on the ground? Then again, we analyze all those things, and if there are no linkages, then we can question. But for our case, there's been a lot of linkages, and we have been using that system and been okay. That's briefly how it works. It works very well, it's very fast, just because most of the information that's required is already in the MIS. And when something happens, straight away, you have all the details of those people, you transfer the money. You don't need to do any extra work. In terms of evolution of the shock responsive mechanism, I must say that when we implemented the pilot phase of the Hunger Safety Net program, the 2009-2013, it was 100% development partner driven. Of course, the government was overseeing the implementation and everything, but in terms of resources, it was DFID, now FCDO, providing the resources 100%. When we came to phase 2, by the time the phase 2 was ending in 2019, the government of Kenya was funding 65% of the resources. You can see the government had already taken full charge and we were at 65%. Now in this phase 3, as we speak now, the government is already funding the program by 77% of all the funding is coming from the government, which means that in future, if we start another phase, phase 4, then it will be 100% government program. And it doesn't mean that when the government is giving all the money, then the government works alone. It can be funding, but you still need a lot of technical support, backup, and others. So even when the government is funding 100%, we are still working with other stakeholders very closely. When I was seated here, I had a presentation, and it was being mentioned, like in the case of Rwanda, the government is funding most of these social protection issues as a government, maybe to a good percentage, which I think is okay. That's the way to go. If it's a government priority and the government gives it all the weight, then I think first and foremost, the government should be able to fund most of it. Now, the second thing is as we go along, a lot of lessons learned, and we have been adjusting the system as we go along. Everything we have been adjusting. Registration, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, there are things that we are now doing differently, having learned the lessons. Even the targeting formula, how do we decide who is the poorest of all? We are, from experience, we have been doing a lot of adjustments. And one of the things we have done is on the issue of communication. We ensure the devolved governments, county governments are properly informed. All the other people involved are properly informed, and the communication has been very good. So I just must say that when we have drought risk issues and we are going social protection, whatever we are doing reflects the government concern on the drought risk issues and to support the household. These are just pictures of account opening, the machine for opening the accounts, the ATM card, fingerprints being read so that people can be paid. Majority of the beneficiaries are women here. They have gotten their money, and also they have invested in some businesses. Next. In terms of results, what we have learned over the years through the studies, the transfers are effective and households can eat well during the shocks and drought, more than households that are not covered. And we can do a lot of cash transfer, lots of money in a big area within a very short time, because we have made 39 payments since 2015, and we have paid more than 30 million US dollars. And payments can be fast because I've mentioned in the investment of registration, account opening, and that automatic trigger. When it occurs, you don't need to do another assessment. When the satellite images shows that something, you just do payments automatically. If we were to assess, it take a lot of time. And it's also cost efficient. Initially, when we were doing the infrastructure, opening the bank accounts and all this, we thought it was very costly. But over the years, you use the same system so many times, the cost is very low. And again, we allow other stakeholders and other people to use the system if they want to pay or if they want to cover those same household. And we have been monitoring, and the household really transfer like the cash. And they have used a lot of money. We thought they were just going to eat, but we realized they also eat well, but they also invest the money, they pay school fees, they do things about health. So the households are very innovative. They don't just use the money to eat, but they also do other things with that money. And in some households, actually, they have done very well, and we can see even resilience have been built, and the poverty has also reduced in some of those houses. I'm not saying everybody, but in a few houses. Now, the challenges. Financing is a problem. You have these things, but if you don't know how you'll get that money, then sometimes you will not be able to pay. The confidence in the whole system, in the registration where people are so poor and you're only paying part of the people. And also the trigger, the VCI is not understood, is very scientific, and therefore if you don't communicate properly, it can be questioned. And the predictability. When you give a household regular payment, they know they can plan for it. But when it is emergency, they don't know when it's coming and when it's not coming. So it's something they get, but they don't know when it's coming, so they cannot plan for it very well. And the issue of synergy, the working as a team and complementing each other is very important. As also was said here, you don't do these things alone. Even if you are a government, you must work with the stakeholders and you need others. So lessons, number one, single source of funding may not work. Linkage between information and action. Here we are very lucky because in National Drought Management Authority, we generate the information and we do the job. But I'm wondering if we are to get that information from elsewhere, and then we're implementing, it would really be a big task. And we have so many existing structures that we can use, the banking system, the IT, the coordination structures. That is very good if we want to use, we don't need to generate others. And I've mentioned the issue of communication. And let me still emphasize the partnership. We are working with the World Bank, we're working with FCDO, we're working with the government, county governments, and all this. Very important partnerships. This one you cannot do alone because there are different aspects and we need support. Finally, as for future opportunities, one, we are expanding to cover other areas because the area we are dealing with, those are very few people, 20% compared to the majority of the people who suffer. Then we are also looking at covering additional shocks. We are only dealing with the drought right now. But what about floods? Because we also experience floods. What about COVID-19? We should have something so that when there's a problem, we can also pay. So we are looking at covering the other hazards, not only drought. We are looking at the secure and predictable financing mechanisms. Although we have a drought risk financing strategy, and I've mentioned a few things in that strategy, We still feel that when we expand and the number becomes big, then we'll need more finances, we'll need more sources so that we can have prediction financing. And as I've said, the drought risk management required complementary investment activities, shock responsive, normal cash transfers, but also doing a lot of investment in long-term sustainable development of resilience building. If you don't do that, and you only give cash, people will still remain poor, you will not get what you want, there'll be no resilience building, and we'll still remain where we are. And then finally, we have a single registry where we have now put all the information, everything we are doing about social protection, and with just a PIN or ID card, if you put it in the system, you will get all the households. One household will tell you this is the household benefiting on this is the location, all the information we are putting it in one place where you can see everything. Otherwise, thank you very much. That's the end of the presentation.
We have time for just a very brief Q&A, and this is based on not only the presentation that has been given by Mr. Odor, but also previous presentations. For instance, the most recent one given by Mr. Ivan Murenzi. So short Q&A, 10 minutes if possible. Is there any questions? I hope there's a rolling microphone. Great. Around the room. Yeah, so just raise your hand, state your name and institution, and if you can be as brief as possible with our questions. There's one question there.
Okay. Thank you so much. The presenter and all those who presented to us. My question goes to the presenter from Kenya. It's really, the program looks very good and works really very well. But I think even following the presentations that were made since morning, it's like we are focusing mainly on these shocks, which are big. But it's like we are ignoring these like daily shocks that people face, which maybe cannot be recognized by these early warning systems that we intend to put in place, because households usually get daily shocks. Like if Vincent was the breadwinner in a household, maybe doing business, and all of a sudden, maybe the car that was taking my stock gets an accident and I go back to zero. But that household, I have a family, that household get affected. Some people die, yet they were the ones supporting families. I wanted to ask, how do Kenya try to manage that on a daily basis? Because, and that links with the links to the means test approach which they use. Do they usually, how often do they run that means test targeting approach? So I think we need to, for me, what I wanted to know mainly is how do they capture all those households in the system that might be facing those daily shocks.
Please, I let's please be as succinct and straightforward with our questions. I think they got your question, Mr. Odor. The next questions, please get to the point and please be as brief as possible. There's a gentleman at the left. If you can also state your name and institution, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Twairo Anthony from Meteo Rwanda. It's not a question per se, but to give you the information with regard to the climate shock. The information which was shown by the presenter, it looks that he used satellite-based information. Yet we have the ground information. You have over 300 stations across the country, and you have a good series of data for more than 50 years. So it's better we could use the ground observation instead of using the satellite-based observation. So we are ready to give support if necessary, and then we have a policy which portrays the ground truth so that the people can base on it to make some tangible planning and decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question from the lady seated here in the middle. One question from her, one question from the gentleman there, and then we'll give a chance for the speakers to answer.
Great. Thank you so much to all the presenters so far. It's been super interesting. My name is Taylor. I'm from the UNICEF Regional Office based in Nairobi. And I had a very quick one for Mr. Odor from the government of Kenya. And that is this multi-tiered financing facility, which is really innovative and I think quite creative as well. I'd be curious to know how well it's been working and if there's any delays, how timely is it in terms of triggering the additional funding facilities? Thanks.
Thank you. There's someone right there.
Thank you very much. My name is Gatsinzi Justin from Loda. My question also goes to our colleague from Kenya. I'm wondering, usually the PMT instruments might be having proxies that are depictive of poverty status of households. In event of shocks, how do you find the PMT proxies being updated rapidly? And then how also do we find the Kenyan system in terms of planning and budgeting? How do we find resourcing household that has become a victim of a shock? How do you accommodate that in the social protection system or in other systems very quickly?
Thank you. I think those are the questions we have. I can see most of them are related to the speaker from Kenya. Well, we have one last question there, and I think we're done, so we can move to the next panel.
I'm Pastor Mrema Nyingorene from African Evangelistic Enterprise. My question goes to Mr. Ivan. We are a community-based organization. And as we have been talking about shocks, for us, we are mobilizing funds to work with the community. And sometimes, as you said, figures are really important for us to make proposals. And to have figures which are really reliable that can convince donors, sometimes we need figures that really can help us. And I would like to ask from Ivan, how really can we get those figures? You see, when we are talking about 16, 17, sometimes it cannot really convince that this figure really can help when we are dealing with daily shocks, daily life of the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to give a chance to Mr. Odor to answer the questions and then followed by Ivan. As well, please be brief with your responses so we can try and catch up since we started a bit late. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Ooh. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good comments and questions. The first one, the speaker said, there are other shocks, and we are focusing only on a few. How do we cover the other shocks? Let's say somebody dies overnight, a breadwinner dies, what do we do? Exactly when I was presenting, I appreciated the fact that right now we are concentrating only on drought, but definitely we need to cover the others. So we are in the process of working to cover the other shocks. We have not agreed on them. I don't know, maybe in the future we look at the others, maybe floods and even those deaths. So for the time being, yes, there's a gap because we're also concentrating on one, but our efforts in the future is to make sure we cover the other. So that's a very good observation, and I admit we are not yet covering those other ones. Although quietly, there are so many other programs going on, medical issues, insurance, health insurance, there are so many others. But I'm saying in our case here, I'm only talking about drought. The other speaker mentioned about the ground information. While we are using satellite imagery, there's also ground information. Yes, I said we use satellite because it's very fast. You look at it, you download, and you use it. But we do follow-ups later after that to see what the ground information is saying vis-a-vis what the satellite is saying. But when you also said you have ground information and you mentioned the number of stations, are those in Rwanda or in Kenya? Because I'm talking about Kenya. And if you are talking of your stations in Rwanda, then those are two different things. But all the same, I say we use and follow up to see how the ground information is. Then I hope I got you right. You wanted to know the timeliness or the speed of payment. 1 week after downloading the satellite image, checking, 1 week later, the money is in the account because we have already generated the people, how they are ranked, we have the bank accounts, we have everything. It's just like putting money like you get your salary and it goes. So 1 week, and then we do the follow-up. Then there was the PMT ranking. How do we update the data? PMT ranking is a poverty, and you have looked at livestock ownership, you have looked at the type of the house, you have looked at the sources of income, you have looked at all this. I think it doesn't change overnight, but for us, we say we must update that information in less than 5 years, anything from 2 to 5 years, because after 5 years, we believe that information can change. But with that kind of ranking, it's not something you have to do every month or change because it takes time. Even, okay, maybe something can come overnight and wipe out those houses, but if it's a normal situation, then that ranking stays for a while. And I think there were only 4, and the other one was a comment. But please, if I have left, we need to discuss, we need to agree. When you have time during lunch or another time, I'm free and be available so that I can explain. We are learning from each other. Thank you.
Pastor Reni, I'm happy to understand exactly your need of the data, the specific need. I think on NISR website, we have lots of data, but I acknowledge sometimes it's challenging to navigate and get exactly what you want. So take the opportunity that I'm here and maybe connect with me and let me know exactly what you would wish. To the data I presented, yes, it was looking at the period 2016-17 because the specific survey was referring to, that's the latest data we have on that specific aspect. It happens every after 3 years. Unfortunately, we were not able, as I mentioned, to do the one of 2020 due to the COVID restrictions. But by and large, we have lots of information. To your specific need, if you triangulate the various information that we have, it should be able to help you package your case. So I'm happy to help.
Okay, I think this is now time for the panel discussion. We have exactly 1 hour for this, so really by 1:30 we should be done. And we should have heard from the discussants, the panelists, as well as a Q&A from the audience. I will call them up one by one and then just briefly read about them. Read their bios. I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Patrick Carrera, who is the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Environment. Please welcome to the stage. Also joining this panel discussion is Claudine Nyawagaga, who is the Director General of LODA. Please welcome to the stage. We also have Philippe Habinshuti, who is the Director, Response and Recovery Unit at Minema. You can come to the stage. We have Rukia Yakub, who's the Deputy Director General, World Food Programme. Please welcome on the stage. And last but not least, we have with us Emily Wild. She's a Senior Social Protection Specialist who will be joining this panel remotely. I don't know why you decided to not sit next to me. It's the we're socially distanced as it is. So this panel discussion is based on linkages between disaster risk management and social protection and opportunities to harness VUP for shock responsive social protection before, during, and after a shock. I hope all of us, can you all see each other? I know it's not the best setup, but I think I can see everyone and that's fine. I just want to confirm that Emily Wild is with us remotely. If we could welcome her to the panel on screen. Great. Okay. I see we're all here. So I have a series of questions, and again, I would like to just reiterate that we need to be conscious of time and be quite brief in our responses, succinct answering the question, but factoring in our time limitations. And just briefly, I'll just read about each speaker. So I'll start with Mr. Philippe Habinshuti. He's the Director for the Response and Recovery Unit at Minema since July 2015. Prior to that, he was the Director for Disaster Management and Program Coordination from July 2013. Mr. Patrick Carrera, sitting next to me, PS at the Ministry of Environment, has been in that role since May 2020. Prior to the current position, he was the advisor to the Minister of Environment. He's also worked as advisor to the Minister of Lands and Forestry and worked in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning as a National Development Planner and Investment Analyst from 2014 to 2018. The Director General of LODA, Madame Claudine Nyawagaga, is also an economist by training. She holds a master's degree in social sciences and gender studies from the University of Rwanda. Over her extensive career, Claudine has worked in social protection and community development with a special focus on family and community strengthening. Before her appointment as Director General of LODA, she served as the National Director for SOS Children's Villages and Country Director for Hope and Homes to Children, and as well as being a mayor of Kagasabo district in Kigali. Dr. Emily Wild is a senior protection specialist. She's worked for nearly 2 decades on social protection across a range of countries in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. Her expertise includes quantitative and qualitative poverty analysis and support to the development of social protection policies and programs. She has been providing technical support to the Rwandan social protection sector for 15 years and has been the lead author of many of the diagnostic studies for the sector. And also with us, we have Rukia Yakub, who is the Deputy Director General of the World Food Programme. She was appointed in this role in Nairobi, based in Nairobi, sorry, in 2021. She has over 20 years of experience working with a number of UN agencies, including FAO and UNICEF. She has served with the WFP in Yemen, Egypt, Sudan, and Algeria. Ms. Yakub has years of experience in crisis management, coordination, and partnership building, working in crisis areas and disaster relief environment. So there we have it, a brief background from all our speakers. And the idea here is to just understand how various coordination between sectors as working in this field can be strengthened, complementarity of organizations. And my first question, therefore, is one that everyone will answer. And I want to start with UPS and then over to everyone. And coordination between disaster management and social protection is already happening in the country. However, what my question to you is, even though this is already happening in the country on many levels, especially with reference to the newly launched Shock Responsive Social Protection Technical Working Group, my question to all of the speakers is, how can coordination between disaster management and social protection be strengthened? If you could share one or two ideas on this, how what can be strengthened between the two at local or central levels? And I'll kick off with you, PS.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting us. I think I will two ideas. One is that we need to strengthen joint planning on supporting measures that have to go along every project that we design. We have seen close linkages between environment and social protection. And one of the main aspects is to make sure that at least we develop community-based adaptation intervention on ground. So meaning that we need to involve communities in making sure that they are the one that implement climate resilience related projects, being, for example, landscape restoration, for example. We need to involve those communities that are equally affected under social protection scheme, being forest management, being wetlands restoration, being green villages development, and even in sustainable cities management. We have seen actually sustainability approach, sustainability coming in through the fact that ownership actually comes when actually the citizens are the one driving the agenda of climate resilience building. So community-based is very key. Second is making sure that actually we involve the communities into the payment of ecosystem services and restoration. So the fact that we have shocks, being floods, being heavy rainfall, being drought, they are cross-cutting elements, but that all that comes within the level of ownership that we have in on nature. So we have seen that payment of ecosystem services is working very well in Latin America, for example, in Costa Rica. They have started implementing that, and we believe that those driven mechanisms actually will bring revolving funds and schemes that can actually finance themselves in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Deje of LODA. Same question. Where do you think coordination between disaster management and social protection can be strengthened, in addition to what's currently being done?
Yeah, thank you. Mrs. Diana, I think we all know that the social protection programs play an important role in building resilience among vulnerable groups. And perhaps we should start by they are preventing, because when the groups are well equipped in terms of resilience, when they can cope and they respond to the shocks, when they are resilient, then you have a better management of the disaster. So I will start by there, working well on different social protection programs, instruments, so that we build the resilience of the communities and we are better prepared and we make families better prepared to cope and to respond to different disasters. That is one, but when the disasters happen, then the response, a quick response, and that quick response goes through having in place good instruments. My predecessor, the PS, talked about the planning, and by planning, I do understand putting in place instruments which can help very quickly the families and the communities to be able to respond, to have responses, adequate responses to the disasters. That is one, but also being able to have quickly the data so that we react quickly. Sometimes the issue is between when the disaster happens and the response. That delay, we need to mitigate it by having data in place so that we improve on our targeting. We have database, and when something bad happens in the community, we are able to react quickly. Different speakers talked about not only targeting, but also having in place how we can pay quickly, those instruments which we can provide to the community very quickly to help the communities being able to overcome the issues brought by the disasters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Habinshuti on behalf of Minema.
Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. Since the joint planning has already been mentioned by the PS and the DG, allow me just to emphasize on also the joint interventions, interventions that need to be more harmonized so that the outcome of the disaster response intervention can contribute to social protection. But at the same time, the interventions of social protection can also contribute to the effectiveness of the disaster risk reduction and management. If you allow me to develop a little bit more, when you have to respond after a disaster, most of the time you want to cover those basic needs, those emergency needs. I think the coordination and harmonization is also required to make sure that by the time you are trying to cover those emergency needs, you also think about building resilience or building the capacity to graduate from poverty. You can, yes, cover those emergency needs, but you can also think of providing that assistance that can also help the affected family to graduate. It is very possible. Again, on the other side, the social protection interventions can be done in a way that you also try to mitigate and to prevent some of the shocks. Because at the end, we know that between or above 70% of the beneficiaries of both social protection interventions and the disaster response interventions are the same. Because we have been shown the factors of the disaster risks, where we have hazard, we have vulnerability, we have exposure, and we have capacity. I think we do not have a lot of shocks and disasters because we have those strong hazards, but because we have a higher level of vulnerability linked to poverty. So I think since the beneficiaries are the same, it is very possible that we can, or the two sectors can harmonize their intervention so that one intervention can contribute to the other sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Habin Shuti. Over to you, Rakia Yakub.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. I'm the Deputy Regional Director and I'm based in Nairobi, but thank you for upgrading me to the Deputy Executive Director. I was here in 1993, 1994 in Rwanda, and that was my first international experience. And I left in April 1994 after witnessing that unpleasant experience. But this is my first time to also come back since then. So obviously I must have built quite a good resilience to not only observe the shocks here in Rwanda, but also witness subsequent shocks in Sudan, and the last one was in Yemen. So this topic is also very personal to me. I think building, the relationship between how can the coordination between, I think we need to have a system of social protection that predicts disasters, but also that responds to it on a timely basis. And I think what could be strengthened is specifically your question is that, we need to look into critically whether the system we have is a robust system or not.
Sorry, Madam Yakub, if you mind just taking off your mask completely. Yeah, that's much better.
So whether we have the system we have is really robust or not, I think that critical look is very important. Also looking at ourselves, do we really have the right skills or the right tools to be able to respond to those shocks? Some of the shocks, the climate shocks, for example, are, I think, predictable. I must say that they did not show up like COVID did last year. We knew it was coming, but what was lacking, I think it's really important that we look at it. The system we have built, does it respond only to the beneficiaries or vulnerables identified 20, 15 years ago, or is it really robust enough to also take into account new shocks? COVID, I think we must admit, because it really affected globally the whole world. The supply chain was suspended, the whole world was blocked, we were locked in. So I think we were able to quickly come up with solutions. And we have seen in this region growing interest from governments for support on the digital part of our work. How can we make the system that we have quick, that can eliminate ghost beneficiaries? Sometimes Rwanda seems to be an exceptional country that has a strong government leadership and also strong systems. But in many countries where we work, we don't have those commitments. So how can we respond in a similar way that we did with COVID? I think climate crisis and climate is also going to be, it has become actually similar to COVID. So I think we need to look at critically, do we have the solutions in hand or not? What solutions do we have? What solutions we need to adjust so we can respond to any shocks, whether the shock is climate related or an event that we are aware of, or an event that comes maybe abruptly. So I think a critical look is important. Coordination is a very critical, of course, to everything we do, because social protection is across. Sometimes coordination depends on personalities as well. So when you have people working together, working in different teams across social protection systems, it works very well. When you don't have that teamwork, it does not work. So how can we fix that problem? I think the problem that was highlighted about the reliable information on a timely basis is important. Are we coordinating very well between the statistics units and those units that respond to social protection? Are we doing it? So I think we really need to look at it critically. We need to look at ourselves, whether we have the skills or the capacities. Today, after listening to all the presentations, I made a commitment that I'm not going to be using jargons, shock response or resilience and all that, but what solutions do we have we encounter? Rwanda is very, very unique. countries like Ghana also now calling for Ghana beyond the aid. What they are saying that they are challenging us, the development work that is coming into the country has to be something that would help the country go beyond dependency in 10 years time, 20 years time, some kind of a time frame. So I think those are the challenges that are also coming from some governments because of COVID. So I would say that COVID has really triggered a lot of interest, a lot of questioning, a lot of self-reflections. So those are the things that we really need to look at it broadly. In this region, we have, for WFE, we have 10 countries. Most of them are in the Horn of Africa. We know that, Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, have been in a chronic conflict. So in addition to what was mentioned today, I think we also need to look at coordinating conflict, the role of conflict in driving poverty and also shocks and how we respond to shocks. For WFE, for example, in this region, only 10 countries, we have about $4 billion every year that goes into saving lives mostly. If we could have some of that money, how would we spend it? I think that question, we can maybe look at it. We have, as an agency, we're good at doing emergency, and I think we are also known for that. But we also have that hat that we do development that maybe it's not really highlighted. So I think we also need to, if we have a good systems and tools for saving lives, what do we need for also doing similarly to respond to this kind of climate shocks or other shocks? I think those tools, are they available or not? I think there's a lot of demand for digital support from governments, which we are now providing it. Assessment is another area, although it costs a lot of money. It's not easy to mobilize resources, but it's key to get your facts right for you to be able to respond timely and also on the right products or packages. So I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Yacoub. I'd like to go to Dr. Emily Wild. I hope, yes, she can. I think she can hear and see us. Same question as well. Areas of focus, priority areas. How can we strengthen, when it comes to the relationship between disaster management and social protection?
Thank you. Yeah, I think really just echo what everyone has said already, but to kind of bring some of the ideas together. So first and foremost, thinking of risk in terms of the three dimensions that were already mentioned around hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. So what are the ways that between the disaster response and social protection together, we can address those aspects? And for me, I think number one, reiterating the importance of a people-centered approach. So really thinking who is exposed, who is vulnerable, and why, and what they need to better adapt and what they need to better cope. So really keeping that people-centered approach throughout. This understanding of risk is really important. And then, as was already mentioned, so there's ways that you deal with those three elements. You can shrink the need first. It makes sense. Just limit the damage that can be caused to lives and livelihoods through either climate smart public works, for example, reducing the size of hazards, or other investments to reduce the potential hazards, say for landslides. Then also really thinking about ways to build resilience and livelihood adaptations as well in terms of vulnerability, so that those poorest households are no longer so dependent on, say, rain-fed agriculture. So providing diversification as a way to build that through your routine social protection systems, through the sort of cash plus, the graduation, but really focusing on making sure that both of those things, the investments in reducing hazards, as well as the graduation or cash plus type approaches, are appropriate for those people who are the poorest and most vulnerable, because oftentimes the idea will be there, but it's not actually benefiting those people who are most at risk and going to be most affected. So have that inclusion lens the whole time on the design, so that the poorest can participate and they can benefit in a way that's most appropriate to them. And so then, aside from shrinking the need, then I think, as was mentioned, the speed of the response is incredibly important. and there's then so many ways for those two systems to talk to each other, as was mentioned, information, but I would add to that not just your social protection and your registry, and not just your disaster management data sets, but also your backbone infrastructure data sets, kind of like your core vital registration, all of those core information systems. If the better that they are in place and the better that they can talk to each other, the more able they'll be to respond in a crisis. And so I think maybe leave it there. I think you have more questions and there'll be chances to bring in some other aspects as we go.
Thank you, Dr. Wild. I would like to just switch it up a bit. Instead of asking the second question, I'd like to just see if there are questions from the audience before we go back to the second question and then close. Yes, if you could have the rolling microphone. Again, if you could just state your name, institution, and be as quick as possible with your question. I think they're bringing you a microphone. Yeah. It's quicker.
Thank you very much. Timo Gaasbeek, Netherlands Embassy. I think one thing peculiar to Rwanda is that 2/3 of the rural households cultivate less than half of what they need to feed their families. So most of the families in rural Rwanda are effectively laborers, and their garden is their backup. And I think a suggestion maybe, it might be good to have an engagement with Minagri as well on this, because the shift to monocropping actually increases vulnerability. If you have a bad season, you lose everything, rather than losing one part and still having a backup. And perhaps if we can engage with Minagri on allowing people to grow whatever they want on their first quarter hectare of land, then that will take a lot of the pressure off the social safety net system in Rwanda, because that is the biggest social safety net that Rwanda has. There's been so much work done by the government, and I'm really impressed with the commitment of the government. But I think here we can take the pressure off the government's resources by if we focus on letting that first part really be a safety net, and then for the bigger farms, focus on all the agricultural improvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Okay. Yes, there's someone there.
Thank you. My name is Joseph, working for the vulnerable farmer. For example, in Jiringa, every farmer who is given a cow, the cow is given with the insurance protection for 1 year, and the government is paying the premium for 100%. Then for the other farmer who are able to contribute, government is paying 40% of the premium. This have been really contributing a lot, first to give confidence for the farmer, to have confidence if they are having a shock. Sometimes we observe that once farmer having a shock and it's repeated for more than 3 times, they even fear to come into the business. We are facing a challenge like for farmer education literacy to understand insurance. So I want to ask this question to representative from WFP, if there is some good practices, how this insurance have been helping farmer to all the poor farmer to sustain after facing shocks, but so calling for the partner to come in. Government have give confidence to provide the co-financing, to provide subsidy, but cannot work alone. We really need partners to support in education to make sure that we are moving from one state to another. Thank you.
Thank you. So the questions from the gentleman there, and also the commentary on having a bit more presence of the Ministry of Agriculture in this sector. I don't know, I think, Madam Rukia, we can start with you, just answering the question that was addressed to you, and then over to Loda. Yeah.
So the question is sharing best practices. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's something going on climate insurance in Ethiopia, but it's not related to livestock, it's agriculture. But I will double check and share that with you maybe bilaterally through our office. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to say that we work closely with the Ministry of Agriculture when it comes to vulnerable households. We have a multi-sectoral approach which aims at putting together all interventions in order to help the vulnerable households to graduate quickly. And among those interventions through the multi-sectoral approach, we have the provision of fertilizers and seeds to vulnerable households who cannot afford to buy those fertilizers and the seeds. So while working on the safety nets component, we also provide those to increase the livelihoods so that the families, those in vulnerability, they are helped to graduate quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also just like to ask Dr. Wild, if you do have something to say, just unmute yourself and interrupt me, or because you know you're remote. But yeah, just let me know if you have something you'd like to add. Okay, I think we're going to go to our next question. It's our last question. And then we go back to the audience. And this one is really not so technical, but it's just to do with trying to see how we can, put it in our minds that the idea of not working in silos, the idea of complementing different institutions working in this field is a priority. And my question is, what do you think, in the room, the other institutions in other sectors here, are there any institutions that you're interested in learning more about, or you see yourself tapping into in terms of the work that they do? Is that clear? No? The question is, all the institutions that are here today, maybe some are not here, maybe some are here. The question is, are there specific institutions that you know of or you want to learn more about? Or are there some institutions where you see even more synergy than is currently being done? So I don't know if maybe Patrick, you'd like to start?
I think you're asking a wrong person.
Since you're in government.
Because the Ministry of Environment, we, as an institution in charge of coordinating the Rwanda's climate change agenda, and looking at the ambition that we have in the next 10 years to reduce emission to 38% compared to the business as usual scenario, we are interested in the following institutions. One, but it end up becoming sectors because those are the sectors that are expected to contribute to climate resilience.
Actually, let me rephrase it, sectors.
Sectors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
then,
not institutions, sectors.
Then
yes.
There are sectors that are expected to contribute to building climate resilience while also improving social security. So we have the agriculture, which is very closely linked to the social protection schemes that we are talking about. We have water and natural resources management, but also health, because we have seen close linkages between the well-being of the communities and the natural and or built environment. So the One Health approach is being recommended for both food security, human security, but also climate resilience. So we look forward to engaging different partners that will help us into climate adaptation. And to summarize, all those investments from the sectors that I mentioned are kind of costed to $5.3 billion. So we need to jointly plan for resource mobilization.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Deja, Claudine, if you'd like to also compliment on what you're saying, sectors that you'd like to see being part of this shock responsive services to communities.
Mhm. Perhaps, moderator, if you allow, I would like to take this opportunity to thank so much many institutions and from different sectors who are already supporting our VUP program, which comprise both safety nets and the livelihoods for implementing social protection programs. And these include, of course, the ministries, Minecofin, Ministry of Local Government, Minema, Ministry of Environment, Minagri, and of course, development partners. So they are already contributing so much, and we are thankful. And I'm not forgetting the role, the important role played by civil society organizations and NGOs. What I would like to request, or my wish, is to see more interventions from the civil society organizations and the NGOs. I can see that they are already contributing. They are part of the social protection sector working group. But perhaps if we can harmonize the interventions in terms of targeting, in terms of reaching some districts which are somehow left behind because perhaps they are in remote area and not accessible enough. So if we can really make sure that the interventions are well harmonized, but also reach some districts left behind. If you allow, something I would also like to highlight from the presentation from my friend Ivan from statistics. I was somehow a bit frightened by the statistics saying that we are reaching 4.4 of the total number of households. I know that we have around 3 million of households from our database, and the extreme poverty, yes, they constitute 16%. I was hoping that we are reaching 70% out of those in extreme poverty. But I wanted also to thank Ivan for advocating for VUP, saying that if we can get more funds and more support, we can reach all households in extreme poverty, but also those in category 2, which are living in moderate poverty, so that we make sure that those interventions in social protection programs, they reach the most vulnerable. They reach many. We increase the coverage in terms of horizontal, but also we can increase the value of transfers for vertical coverage, so that we really reach quickly our objectives for 2024, which are eradication of extreme poverty and decreasing the moderate poverty from 36 to 20%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Habinshuti, I would like to also ask you the same question. Any additional sectors that you'd like to see taking part in shock responsive social protection in the country?
Thank you very much. I think for us, the Minister in charge of emergency management, we are interested in working and collaborating and partnering with everyone, every sector, each institution. Because as you know, disasters and shocks affect all the sectors, and the impacts to all the sectors goes also to affect the social well-being of the families we are talking about. So through our the National Platform for Disaster Management, we are interested to connect and link up with any institution and make sure that in each sector we can create that synergy, that collaboration towards ensuring resilience and safety. If you allow me, I can give some examples. We are collaborating with the different government institutions for example, with the Ministry of Local Government, to make sure that whatever we are doing at central level, we also do it at a district level. The organization, the planning, the interventions that we are coordinating with the central institutions, we also need to have the same at the district and sector level. We can move to the UN, to the international organizations that we have here in Rwanda. We are trying to put in place working and practical early warning systems through collaboration with the UNDP. We are trying to put in place or to operationalize the sector intervention clusters, working with the WFP. We have been able to collaborate with, for example, Plan International Rwanda to mitigate some of the risks related to shocks. For example, not waiting that a wind or a storm comes and destroy a house that is already vulnerable, but go in advance and try to rehabilitate even before something happens. We try to connect with high learning institutions to try to see if we can come up with some research-based ideas that can help us to accelerate and speed up the process of having our working mitigation strategies. The civil society, the faith-based organizations, we are trying to work with everybody, everyone, every institutions, so that we can calibrate all the interventions being before, during, and after disaster effects or shocks. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rukia Yakub, the same question, especially with a focus on additional sectors, but not to duplicate especially activities of what's already happening on the ground.
Thank you. I'm new here, so I'm not sure if the participants include many sectors, but I would say there's generally growing recognition on the role of the private sector in addressing sustainable development goals. Social protection touches several sustainable development, not only SDG 2. So I would say if the private sector is not here, maybe it's a sector that needs to be engaged. The academia is another sector where you have a lot of scientific data and information and research is also made available. So those are the two areas I could think of. UNEP is is an important, I don't know if they're here, but it's a UN agency. But I would say these are the additional sectors maybe that could be part of this discussions.
Thank you. Private sector and academia as well. I would like to extend the question to Dr. Emily.
Hi, thank you. Just maybe my answer can also tie in that previous question as well. So although it's already been mentioned, but I think agriculture is key here. But I'll go back to that people-centered concept that I mentioned earlier. And I did some analysis last year of EICV looking at agriculture and these subsidies of seed and fertilizers. But I think it's really important to think about which households are going to be able to benefit from those, which are going to be more commercialized and invest in say fertilizer, and which just aren't yet, because there's these barriers, there's sort of you don't have enough land, you don't have other assets that are needed, and also as the colleague from the Netherlands mentioned, a lot of these shifts in agriculture are very risky, and the poorest households are inherently risk averse for a good reason. They have to be in order to survive. So I think also thinking about, the way that these graduation approaches, or the way that the agriculture components can sit with the social protection side of things, to how the social protection and cash transfers can really act as this sort of basis for supporting those households to enable those other types of programs to be able to work in the way that they're intended, rather than just assuming that those kinds of programs are going to work for the poorest. So always really thinking about who's going to benefit and how and what do they need in order to succeed in this, and is this the right thing for them? So bringing in agriculture, but in that inclusive way, and then also thinking about social work as another of these core functions to complement the social protection. I think there's, especially at local level, when we talk about Cash Plus, there's Cash Plus in terms of graduation, but there's a whole bunch of other types of plus programming that are really important around reducing violence for women, and all of these things that help build this resilience and that are also really important and can be relied upon in a crisis. Then if you invest in these social work systems, they can be there when something happens to help the response. So that's kind of reaching out in terms of other sectors. And then I would also just say, maybe in terms of silos, bringing the walls down and emphasizing for all of the sectors how important that routine social protection system is, and investing in that, because that's something that all of the other sectors will benefit for if social protection is able to respond quickly and as needed when something happens, then that supports all of the other aspects. It supports education, it supports health, it supports getting people back into agricultural work quickly. So I think making sure that all the other sectors also realize, why investing in social protection is important across the board, and all of that routine system that might sound a little bit boring, but the more that is functioning and the better that's functioning day to day, the better it's going to be in a crisis as well. I think that was what I would add.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emily. Are there any questions before we close? Yeah, there are quite a couple actually.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian from Enabel. As a comment, if sustainable graduation is to be achieved, then social protection will have to be embedded with enhancing individual productivity and household productivity. And among the possible interventions to realize this, we need to support enterprising individual abilities, that is skills and goods, but also to support decent work for the respective individuals. Therefore, in reference to your question, among the additional institutions or sectors that should be brought on board are MINICOM, the Ministry of Trade and Commerce, responsible for enterprising, then the Ministry of Labor, responsible for employment and decent work, and the private sector at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Eugene. I come from Aradio, it's a local NGO. Listening from the speakers, earlier speakers and the panelists here, we get to understand, and our experience on the ground is that there are so many players implementing social protection programs. And you find in most cases, the case workers are all going to the same person, giving different messages and at times conflicting. How do you ensure that the programs are harmonized so that they don't overlap and they become effective? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Fauzia Haji. I'm from the African Development Bank. I also want to underscore some of the comments that have been raised by the panelists, but I want to start by recognizing a role of media in this. And I think this could be one of the players that we want to bring on board. I believe media can help a lot to convey the right message to community, to different sectors within the society. So I want us to also recognize the role of media on this, but also I want to underscore the inclusion of private sector. I think in Rwanda, we are saying private sector is like the engine of growth. And we have heard from morning, belonging to a group is not like permanent. There are a lot of dynamics. People, they move. Today you are in this category, tomorrow you are on the other category. So I think we have witnessed many things during COVID, even those people who are maybe in a good kind of status, they fall into another status just because of the COVID. So we would like to see how private sector can also be part of this, but the challenge, and I think this is a big challenge in Rwanda, correct me if I'm wrong, like we are yet to create appetite for private sector to be part of a lot of movement. And yeah, I also agree with some of the colleagues who said that social protection is a cross-cutting issue. So we really need to make it as a cross-cutting issue. The question is, how do we make it as a cross-cutting issue? And from the African Development Bank, what do we do to make sure, much as we recognize like gender as a cross-cutting, how can we also recognize this issue of social protection as a cross-cutting? Can we set like, I don't know, but we need to think about it so that we give its highest consideration. The issue of tools, Rukaya mentioned about it. I think this is very crucial. And for me, I'm looking at it like to have a tool that will cut across. You know, we have different categories of people. So how can we have a right tool to fit into different category? There are people who don't know how to read and write. How can we come up with the tool that will fit them?
Thank you. Thank you very much. 3 more questions and then we're done.
Thank you. Janvier Mkanwari from UN Women. Just to add what my colleague said before me, I would like also to point out the issue and the vulnerability of women in those beneficiaries. If I get the presentation from the Kenya experience, we have learned that 66% of households they are supporting are women. And I think this situation is not really, it also applies to Rwanda. If social protection is mostly about women. And when we are looking for new approaches to really sustain our intervention, we need also to think about how can we mainstream gender in what we are doing in order really to be sure that those women and the barriers which makes those women mostly vulnerable are taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Emmanuel Mazimhaka. I'm the head of communication and humanitarian diplomacy in Rwanda Red Cross Society. Thank you for the invitation to that meeting. So I'd like to just emphasize on the collaboration between different institutions. This has helped Rwanda Red Cross to achieve our goals, working with different ministries, local leaders, and for example, our intervention in disaster management. We assist people affected by disaster, different pandemics, but also in different social projects, in districts, refugee camps, in the host community. We do first aid and different interventions. So I'd like to just emphasize, even on the planning, common planning, the collaboration, but also emphasize on the identification of beneficiaries and the whole process in the planning and the response. This has helped Rwanda Red Cross to achieve our goal as auxiliary to the government.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. One last question, please. There's a gentleman there. Yes.
Thank you, Diana. My name is Ivan. I'm the country director for Give Directly. Maybe I'll kick off by first acknowledging some wins which have been made in terms of coordination. We're partners to the Ministry of Local Government and LODA, and we have seen an amazing coordinated effort for the COVID response. I think you can all acknowledge there was a lot of coordination that went into responding so quickly, and I think it is an example for other countries. Part of our coordination
with LODA has resulted into us helping over 88,000 households over 11 districts in this country. Mine is just to add to the voice of to add to the question in terms of which other people we should be bringing on board. I think there's a role for big data, especially when it comes to disaster prepositioning and predictive modeling in terms of who are the people who are likely to be at risk. And I think the ICT team should be on board. I think the telcos as private players could be on board. Just to give a bit of an anecdotal, voice over why I think those are important. We've done a project in Togo where we use satellite data to identify regions that we should be focusing on, and we layered on telco data to identify vulnerabilities depending on the top-ups which were happening and those types of things. And I think these help, especially in emergency settings, if you have to respond like in 2-3 days, which may be hard to do when we have disaster. And I think there's an opportunity to share knowledge on the great work that is being done in other countries. So I think telcos have a role to play. The central bank that monitors this, because there's a lot of data sharing that needs to go around and coordination. Just wanted to add my voice on that.
Thank you very much. I think that's all we have time for. Apologies. It's really great to see the audience even offering more solutions to the questions that were asked to the panelists in terms of additional sectors and institutions, from media to telcos and what have you. Really great interventions here in the room today. We have come to the end of the panel, and I'd like to just give a chance to the panelists to respond. And I'll kick off with you, PS. And just very quickly, you don't all have to respond to all the questions, whichever you feel you would like to respond to. So just let me know. Over to you, PS.
I think the hardest one would be to, how do we make sure that the intervention, the people that goes to one household speak same language and implement impactful intervention that uplift actually household. I think the question was raised from the civil society. I think one response is that we need really to be good at data management. When we don't have clear management of information systems, we end up actually not taking stock of what have been done, but also end up not having real evidence that actually inform project planning. So we need to continue really strengthening management information system to have centralized data that can be accessed by every players that want really to support households. I think we have good practices in the health sector with a good MIS, which actually inform investments that goes from all the layers of healthcare. So we can build from that and actually do the same into other socioeconomic transformation. Second, we need to be programmatic, because many interventions are kind of piecemeals driven. So if we move from project-based to program-based, we would be able actually to leverage some of the different portfolios that goes directly towards one household and coordinate actually programs at a cross-cutting nature. Third, we need to work with decentralized entities. So there are layers that have been set, which have data and which understand needs of the citizen because they live with them on a daily basis. So I give one example that we are using community health workers in distribution of improved cook stores. Why? They know the community, they know the affected one, they know the vulnerabilities. So we do not need to create other layers of distribution or even monitoring and evaluation. We use what works the best. Lastly, we need to do joint M&Es to make sure that actually we have a good knowledge management and we are able to store different lesson learned so that we don't duplicate or return to the base value to the same household that have already received packages. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PS. Over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Diana. And in such a short time, we cannot talk about social protection programs. Normally, it requires the whole week discussing, elaborating on instruments, seeing where we can collaborate and improve but I wanted to thank all people who shared their comments and questions, and just to say that we have a social cluster on the government side where PSS and the heads of government institutions, the DGs, they meet and they discuss to harmonize. And in that forum, that is on the PS level, but we have also at the minister's level, and the question raised by Eugene Rwibasira, and we came to the conclusion that we realized that actually we had 12 different parasocial workers on the ground. In addition, these are from the government, in addition to those established by local and international NGOs, and that couldn't work. So we decided to just remain with only 4 groups: the community health workers, the friends of families, the parasocial workers, and the 4th being on the side of the Ministry of Agriculture for rural development. And we established the training modules and the toolkits, but also the checklist where they can go while visiting a family and have a clear message and harmonize the interventions. So by that, we resolved the issue of having so many interveners in the community, but also harmonizing the message that are being conveyed to the families. That is one. Allow me, Diane, to
if you can be brief as possible.
Yeah,
just to
Janvier, to say that our social protection programs has mainstreamed gender. So we have some components which to take into account gender equality and respond to some specific needs of some specific groups, not only gender for women, like women who are breastfeeding, who are pregnant, but also to people with disability. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Benshruti, very quickly, and then Ms. Rukia Yakub.
Thank you very much. I think without maybe being specific on any question, I can just summarize and say that the good thing from these discussions is that we are not moving from nothing. We already have those social protection interventions that are taking place. We have also those disaster response and emergency management programs. What we need is to improve, what we need is to harmonize. And I think this is the only way that we have to cut this vicious circle of poverty causing or triggering vulnerabilities to shocks, but also shocks that can also trigger or taking back people to poverty. So I think the only way we have to move out is to ensure that we have that joint planning, we harmonize our interventions, and we make sure that we include everything, not only gender, but also other considerations that we have to take into consideration so that our interventions, our actions can overcome the challenges and the gaps because they are there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think my final words are, crises are coming in different forms, so the need for us to be to adapt, to respond to any event, anytime. We need to plan not just short term, but we really have to look at things long term. We really have to secure multi-year funding. This is not something that you can do just by having funding for 1 year or for 6 months. Collaboration and partnership is key. I think we have heard, even media was one of the partners I think identified. I think we need to have everybody on board. So we need to move from traditional partners into different types of partners come in and be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Yakub. I'd like to go to Dr. Wild. If you have anything you'd like to add.
Yeah, just quickly again to pick up on this issue of gender and mainstreaming, and to really emphasize that it's important to think of inclusion all the way through the system. So all the way through, it's not just about your targeting design or your design of programmings, but really thinking about the barriers to access throughout the process of enrollment, registration, payments, and really keeping an eye. That's one thing we've learned a lot, I think, globally around COVID, is just all of those ways that people who are a bit vulnerable can drop out. So you can do lots of great stuff with data and get your systems, and they can make it easy for, the low hanging fruit, get most of the people registered that way, but also then really think about the investments that are needed, focus on the exclusion that can happen inadvertently. And so for women, for people with disabilities, and really think about that, especially for your routine systems, but also in responding to crises, and really embed that concept of leaving no one behind in that, and what that means, and what kind of investments you need in your system to achieve that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emily. A round of applause for all the panelists. Great interventions. I would like us to just now go for lunch. I think we have maximum 45 minutes. It's in the auditorium upstairs. If we can be back in the room in 45 minutes, we'll also be mobilizing people to come back. Thank you very much. Hello all. Please take to your seats. We are going to kick off. I would like to ask us to cue the video. The video is a brief synopsis on shock responsive social protection. And yes, let's just kick off with that before we get to a panel. It shouldn't be more than 2 minutes long. Thank you. I hope that everyone who is due on the next panel is in the room. Yes, we don't have time to spare. And I will just read out the names as I welcome them on stage. So this particular panel, as you can see from the program, is going to focus on core operational systems and resilient and efficient systems as enablers of shock responsive social protection. I would like to invite the following people here for this particular discussion, and I will start with Mr. Justin Gatsinzi, Division Manager for Social Protection at LODA. I would also like to invite Silas, Human Development Specialist, World Bank Rwanda. I would also like to invite Taylor Sadefora, Regional Social Protection Advisor, UNICEF. And joining us remotely is going to be Dr. Rachel Sabatis-Wheeler, Development Economist. Okay, great. I'll just start by introducing all our speakers. And the first is Mr. Justin Gatsinzi. I will introduce him here from LODA. He's the head of division for social protection programs in the local administrative development agency within MINALOC, within the Ministry of Local Government. So the social development programs under his oversight integrates Vision 2020 Umurenge program, VUP, and the Ubudehe program. Throughout his career of 37 years, he has served in socioeconomic development and in government and non-governmental institutions. He's a renowned trainer and occasional subscriber and co-author of articles to international bulletins on social protection and climate change adaptation themes. Welcome, Mr. Justin Gatsinzi.
Thank you.
We also have with us Silas Lehemuka, who is with the World Bank. He's a human development specialist, and he sees the engagement in social protection in Rwanda. He's a core team member of the World Bank's multi-sectoral programmatic human capital for inclusive growth, development policy financing, leading on social protection policy and institutional reforms. Prior to joining the World Bank, Mr. Silas Lehemuka had a career in government and international non-government organization. Thank you very much for joining us, Silas.
Thank you, Diana.
Also joining us is Ms. Taylor Spadafora, Regional Social Protection Advisor from UNICEF, and she is a social protection specialist in the UNICEF Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Office, where she provides support to 21 UNICEF country offices on social protection policy, programming and evaluation, as well as shock responsive social protection and emergency cash transfers. Before joining the regional office, Taylor worked with UNICEF at a country level in Malawi, Somalia and Ghana, as well as short-term assignments in Mozambique and Lebanon. She has focused a 12-year career on supporting government systems first and foremost, specifically with the design and implementation of social cash transfer programs, inclusive social protection, evidence-informed policy, financing, and identifying how to better link social protection with other key sectors. Taylor, welcome to the panel. And if we could have Dr. Rachel Sabates-Wheeler on screen. She's a development economist with 20 years of experience working in areas of rural development, institutional analysis, and social protection. She has been a research fellow at the Institute of Development Studies between 2006 and 2011. Since joining IDS, she has worked on areas of poverty analysis relating to poverty reduction strategy papers, social protection, rural livelihoods, and migration in many countries. These include Ethiopia, Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. Dr. Sabates-Wheeler has been centrally involved in numerous large research programs and that explored understanding of risk and vulnerability, both conceptually and empirically. Dr. Sabates-Wheeler, thank you for joining the panel. Okay. So this is a 1-hour session, and I would like to ask Tina to just correct me. It's 1 hour. So we should be done with this session at 4 o'clock? Okay, thank you. And I have a couple of questions to the panel, and then, throw it to the audience and then back to the panel as well. And I will be kicking off with the gentleman on my immediate left, you, Mr. Gatsinzi. And the first question is, and these are overarching questions that all panelists will answer. And this is with regards to improving some of these core systems. So my question to you is, what core systems in the sectors do you think need to be tweaked and adjust to make improvements when it comes to emergency situations where people need the right kind of help as quickly as possible in a way that is easy for them to access? What are some of the core systems that need to be strengthened? And by this, I think we know that what we mean here, it means targeting, transfer value and modality, enrollment and registration, etc.
Thank you, Diane, and good afternoon, all protocol observed. Thanks for this good question on an important thematic area. If we are to think in terms of if we are to think in the context of the end-to-end social protection systems, here social protection strongly considers like a selection of clients or beneficiaries, whatever name, and their registration, enrollment, then naturally cash transfers that are determined by whatever policies in terms of transfer values, and then the complementary schemes, which might sometimes be in cash or in kind, then the grievance redress mechanisms, then the monitoring, reporting, and possibly some learning experiences. These are very central to social protection. And if social protection was to be shock responsive, I don't think this would still be very applicable. They would need to be sensory of shocks. I'm afraid here they wouldn't adequately sense shocks because social protection deals with the clients or beneficiaries that are determined through whatever targeting mechanisms, but using data that is not bound to change regularly. So actually, these social protection systems have to be adapted if social protection is to contribute meaningfully and if it is to respond to shocks. We know by nature, social protection is protective, is preventive, it's harnessing, it's dealing with the vulnerable people, but in a reactive manner. Sometimes whose vulnerability or poverty status was determined by whatever circumstances some time back. But when it comes to shocks, it means a disaster has occurred and somebody falls vulnerable and there is a need to respond. So social protection systems have to be adapted to ensure that they are responding to shock. In particular, if it's a slow onset shock, maybe this comes over time. It can be pre-planned, but if it's a rapid shock, this could even be worse as far as protection systems are concerned. So it has to be informed. It has to form synergy with disaster and the risk reduction systems. Then, but in both cases, again, when it comes to social protection, I think resourcing could be crucial. If a shock occurs in the middle of the year, with social protection, you just target once prior to the beginning of a fiscal year. You wait for budget revision, and at that time, there could even be no room for getting additional resources because budget revision at times entails that. How do you reallocate the existing budget that you have? So accommodating a new client who has been a victim of maybe a climatic shock or an environmental shock, it may not even be workable. So that's the nature of social protection, meaning something has to be adjusted, something has to be learned from the disaster reduction and risk reduction sector. Yeah.
My microphone is working. Yeah, I would like to ask the same question. The core systems that you think need tweaking or need to be worked on, especially for people in emergency situations facing shock responsive services.
Thanks, Diana. I will not overemphasize the need, for a quick response whenever there is a shock. But the question is, how do we achieve, that quick response? And what are the systems that need to be probably, upgraded to be able to respond quickly? One, let me say that, first of all, we need, to have a system that is able to provide us with, accurate data. So for that, we have, different systems, data, information systems, but if they're not interlinked, they're not interconnected, probably we won't be able to get that data that we need for us to be able to respond. So straight away, I would say that we need to find a way to have our different systems communicate to each other, even, if at all possible in real time. That's one. And then usually social protection, one of the core social protection delivery system is, the registries. Some will call it, social registries, and others will call, other names. But basically, it's the registries, provide a gateway for identification of the people, affected, enrolling them into the system, and if need be, assess, the vulnerability as well. So that social registry also for it, it has to be fed with data as well, which means, again, it's another system that needs to be interlinked with other systems. But also, it has to be flexible enough to be able, to support, the quick expansion in case of shocks. But also, I want to touch base on one of the questions that one of the speakers or the participant asked. I think it's Vincent who spoke about, how do we address, these small, shocks, or daily basis shocks that we face, such as, a death in the family. Basically, a registry, advanced registry should be in a position to offer what we call, on-demand application, right? So basically, a shock happens in the family, it's isolated shock. Basically, that particular household should be able, to go into that system and apply. Either it's, online if it is advanced, either you work, into a district office or sector office and you ask. So the system should be able to provide that option to assess, the magnitude of the shock that the household faced, and then, the household will get enrolled into, social protection support. So as well, social registries, should be dynamic. So it doesn't have to be static. Otherwise, you could rely on the information that are, years, old, which is not helpful. So it needs to be dynamic. And for it to be dynamic, first of all, it has to be, connected to, a system that provides what we call, admin data. So on daily basis, different institutions, government or, non-government organizations, they collect what we call, admin data. So there should be a way that, that admin data is fed into, any registry that the country is running, in a way that at least, you should have, accurate information, let's say, the households, membership, if at all, asset, let's say, we have land registry that collects information on the land, that should be always updated into, social registry run by the government. So moving, beyond social registry is not enough itself if it doesn't, have a strong payment system, because ultimately we want, to get, support to the people. So payment system, we could, think of, a payment system that effective. Let's say, a digitized, payment system. We have learned from the lesson of the COVID that countries that had a better, payment system were able, to intervene quickly and pay, promptly to those affected, who could have not been the traditional beneficiaries of the core social safety net. So payment system is very critical. And here, I think, a better system should give also options to different beneficiaries. It's not because we are working in environment where probably, people, don't have, the same opportunities, don't have the same, resources, don't have the same level of knowledge. But, if you offer a payment system, if it can offer beneficiaries different options, I think, they will be able, to get support they need, conveniently, based on the circumstances. And also, the payment system should basically allow, there's something that we forget as well, anyone, who is giving money into social protection system need to have, accountability, loop. So how can we, that payment system, support reconciliations as well? It's very important. If you spend money and you're not able, to reconcile what you have used, then know that kind of payment system is not strong enough. So it should be able to support reconciliation as well. Let me stop here for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Quite comprehensive recommendations there. I would like to go to you, Taylor, please. Same question if you have ideas on what can be strengthened.
Thanks so much, Anna. Am I close enough? Okay. Yeah. First and foremost, I just want to clarify that I don't see shock responsive social protection different than social protection systems. So essentially what we're doing, as our colleague from WFP mentioned this morning, is building a shock-proof social protection system that can respond to any number of these different shocks. So we really want to integrate this work into the broader regular systems development that we're all here working on. I'm really happy that my colleague from the bank mentioned this accountability loop. I would like to broaden that definition of accountability to clients. And I really would like to commend the Rwandan government for taking this client-based approach in their strategy, as well as their graduation documents, and really looking at the end customer, essentially, of these systems and what do they need, how are they receiving the support they're getting, and maybe, as Mr. Odor had mentioned from Kenya earlier, what do we need to maybe tweak and do better? What can we learn from? How do we improve? So I would like to talk about two pieces. One, grievance and redress mechanisms, enabling the end recipients, the clients, to have a solid and reliable and responsive mechanism to be able to raise any complaints they might have, any appeals they might have, any issues, and to ensure that that system is not just one way, it's not just the receipt of complaints, it's not just, oh, okay, we're hearing, but also there's accountability to go back to them and address those needs. Additionally, there's a really key component in social protection, which sometimes might get a little bit downplayed because we are very focused on identification, on enrollments and getting them paid, but that's communications. And especially when you're talking about utilizing an existing system for an emergency response, where you might be offering temporary support to new beneficiaries or temporary increases to the existing beneficiaries, it's really important that you have a very robust communications plan in place to let people know what's coming, why it's different than before, and also essentially the duration, what to expect, and when it might, be, wouldn't say taken away, but when it might, the duration of the benefits, I should say. And again, that's really offering more of a client-based approach. You're informing people, you're enabling them to plan, to be very well understanding what's going on, and also to go back to the grievance and redress, giving them an opportunity to say, well, you said you were going to come this month, but you actually didn't. And I want to give you feedback that you being late, put me in maybe a bit different position or a worse position because I was planning for that support. So I think I would really like to see, regionally, globally, a lot more focus being put on this, more accountable to the clients or to the recipients of the support that we're giving, and also really learning from them and hearing what they say. Maybe their needs are a little bit different than what we sitting in Bengali thought it was, right? And it's really important that we're responsive to those needs. And if we really do want to protect them from these shocks, if we really do want to see them, gradually phase out of their poverty situation, you can't do that without their inputs on what's important for them and what their needs are. Thanks so much.
Very much. Thank you very much, Taylor. I cannot agree with you more, especially, two-way communication and learning even more from, the people that we aim to serve. I'd like to take this to Dr. Rachel Sabatis-Wheeler. Over to you, ideas on core systems that can be strengthened.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
I think you're still on mute, or?
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll have to let me know if you can hear me.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay, there's a lot of echo, but I'm going to try. I will watch your face. If you can't hear me, tell me to stop and I'll stop. Okay. So thanks very much. I'm really pleased to be talking to you because I used to live and work in Rwanda, particularly working with VUP people, so it's great to see some of you. So two of the things I just want to focus on are targeting. Some of these touched on already, but particularly thinking about how to make sure targeting is much more agile and flexible when it comes to shock response. So we know, for example, that targeting in Rwanda uses social registry data set where the variables have been collected. They're only collected every couple of years or more. But when you have a sudden shock, you need to have on-demand targeting. So you need to have much more localized systems to be able to decide who needs support at a particular time. And that might mean thinking of other ways to put in place on-demand targeting for those very specific shocks. And the other way you can make that flexible is thinking about localized contingency planning and contingency funds. A certain percent of the budget will go to a local level and they can respond to localized shocks. Rwanda has, the terrain of shock, the shock profile of Rwanda is quite localized and quite specific shocks, as we've heard earlier. But in other countries, you might have a very national wide shock. But when you have localized shocks, you need to be able to devolve responsibility to the local level to respond to those shocks. And in Ethiopia, they did that pretty well in terms of holding a contingency budget at a local level. So certainly we need to think much more carefully about agile and agility in targeting so that we can respond quickly. The other thing I wanted to talk about was digitalization. So often, and I know that's something the Give Directly person was speaking earlier in a panel, but if you can digitize the payments, if you have a shock that causes you to be unable to access a bank or a pay point, you can think about clever and innovative responses and delivery of cash transfer or whatever it is you're transferring. And you can learn from what's going on in neighboring countries around how they're using digital technology to deliver social assistance. The other thing I wanted to say backs up what Taylor was saying is really about that local accountability structure. So of course we need to be really careful and think about grievance and accountability systems, but we also need to think as a sort of national level program, how do we ensure that we're sensitizing the populations that we're trying to serve so that they actually know what their rights are, and are they rights or are they just like entitlements for a short period? So if people know what their rights are and they know how to claim them, then you're going to have a much more sustainable system. If, for example, the government changes or something changes, people will be able to say, actually, I've got a right and I need it come what may. And we've seen that in other countries, particularly in Latin America, when you have big shocks, whether they're political shocks or other kind of shocks, if people actually know and believe that they have a right to a certain level of cash transfer or well-being, then they will make claims on the state. So we have a responsibility to sensitize the population about what it's able to have. So I'll leave it there for now. I've got lots of other things I could say, but I know you've also got a time constraint. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rachel Sabatis-Wheeler. I would like to just ask if at this juncture, if there are any questions from the audience that you may have for our panelists. If there are none, I think we'll just continue. Yes, there's one question.
Thank you very much. I'm Vincent Gahamani from UNICEF. Maybe mine is not a question, but I have some compliments to what the panel has said. For me, I think we need, in addition to what they already mentioned, we need to strengthen the case management and the referral, because the case management and the referral helps us to identify the challenges, the priorities, so that we can design programs that are tailored to the needs, to the real needs of the beneficiaries. The other thing is evidence creation. We already mentioned that we have challenges of financing, but also I know M&E or impact evaluation informs our program design. And maybe the other thing is planning and budgeting. We should, if we strengthen our planning and budgeting, that would mean we are going to really be comprehensive in thinking about all the issues that affect the beneficiaries and try to plan better without maybe eliminating issues that or shocks that usually occur but are ignored during our budgeting. But also the budget should be flexible in such a way that once a shock occurs in the course of the year, when we finished our budgeting, then we are able maybe to improvise some means that would help in to support those households. Here, I wanted to mention like contingent financing, which people can easily go on as an alternative to support those who are affected by the shocks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have a question here at the front.
Thank you, moderator. Mine is not just a comment. I have two. It's not a question. I have two comments, but maybe I would like to ask you to join me to welcome the Honorable Minister of Minema, who has just joined us this afternoon. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I would like to come back on what we talked about. Our panelist who was following up online talked about the use of digital payments. I'd like to inform the participant that in Rwanda, in Safety Net, we have started implementing digital payment in the country. And it is really going very well. And it can even help during the shocks, the real shocks like the COVID pandemic that we're facing. So it is very easy. And it helps people to even get used to the saving that can also help to build the capacity to withstand the shocks. Lastly is about the system that are that are instilled in our culture. So if you look at the packages that we have, like in Ubudehe, I think we can find that back in the days, our ancestors used to put in place systems, but that are friendly and are consistent with the realities. As we speak right now in our communities and our villages, there are things that are working. So I think we can also look at those and try to identify them. And I'm very happy that today we are here with civil society organizations, NGOs, who are always collecting those best practices that can help influence to build the capacity of our communities across the country. We can even learn from other countries that have already been able to do it. We had a very good presentation from Kenya. I think looking at what works on the ground can help us build concrete solutions that can help influence the course of event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a question just behind Ivan. There's, I think just let him get a chance to ask something.
Thank you very much. My name is Edward Msoni from World Vision Rwanda. I just have one question for Justin. Is it possible to have this wealth ranking Ubudehe upgraded every year? Because we started this at our graduation process for some times. And if we do it annually, then it can allow graduating those who moved out of poverty, but also enrolling those who fall into poverty. Thank you.
To our panelists, do you want to, most of them are comments, but I think the question is for Justin to answer.
Thank you very much, Sonny, for the question. Ubudehe data, it's a system that is updated every time by the frontline service providers at local government level. However, periodical comprehensive updates, that's something that can be put under consideration, but on recognizing that each time there is a change in the household characteristics, the cells, the villages, the sectors are there to do that. But it could be expensive. But I don't think it would be done in a bid to make social protection more responsive, because right now when we talk about all these databases that we have which can form the social registry, we know they are all talking about historical data. We know that they are all talking about proxies that point at who is poor, but with the setting in of a shock, the vulnerability changes. It is the consequence that the shock has caused that has to be addressed. And instead here we can leverage on the experiences we got during the COVID time. We know that the local governments were there to reinforce all the registries that we had in Rwanda. They were there to capture hands-on data, to reinforce the existing databases that we had as a country. Otherwise, the update of the database annually, it can be done, yes, but it can be time-consuming, well knowing that the important aspects of household dynamics data can even change every week, every 2 weeks, and all that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The second question is to do with harmonization or synthesization of data. In providing these shock responsive social protection services, various institutions have a lot of data on different people, and you might find sometimes, an individual is in, more than one database. So the question to our panelists is really to do with how can we make sure that this information is synthesized and shared to provide better services to communities. I'll start with you, Taylor, seeing that Mr. Justin just answered a question from our panel, our audience. Yeah, over to you, Taylor.
Great, thank you so much. I see the registry as one opportunity, but also, of course, as you mentioned, there are many, many databases out there that are not necessarily social protection oriented, but linking them in with these databases can really help to deliver better and more comprehensive services to the end recipient or client. So I'm talking here about health systems databases, education databases, and this leads maybe a little bit off of the technical data integration topic, but I think it's really important that, we all acknowledge and know that cash is definitely not enough. And Cash Plus is a really important component, both in regular social protection cash transfer programs, as well as humanitarian or emergency response. However, I think oftentimes when we talk about Cash Plus, we think that means giving more information to the beneficiaries, SBCC, telling them what to eat, telling them what to buy, etc. That's good and useful and important. However, I have talked with many recipients of such messaging, and they say, great, but if I don't have the service to go to, what do I do about this? So I think this idea of having data systems talk to each other can really also help opening up access to services and really doing a lot more service delivery to the end user beyond just cash. I see that in the graduation strategy for government, they have a very long list of stakeholders that they want to collaborate with and work with to enable graduation. Some of that is livelihoods based, but they also have very strategically put in social services and linking in social services to build out human capital in these households. And I think that's a really important element to consider. We're not just looking at putting databases together to be able to target beneficiaries, but also to make sure we're providing them comprehensive services beyond just the cash and beyond just messaging, but really holding the government to account to say, well, they need health services this month, or this child is not in school, and having those databases talk to each other and doing this case management and referral piece that Dr. Sabates Wheeler had mentioned will really help to ensure that you actually are supporting all of the needs of that family as opposed to just one or two. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Taylor. Over to you, Silas.
Yeah, thank you, Diana. So 2 points. One, I think, as Rwanda, we're lucky to have advanced ID system which covers 90+% of the population. So why do I bring ID? Because you asked the question about, harmonization of data. So with ID, we're able to have, a unique identifier, which would help interlinking those different systems. So IT person who is here, we understand, that identifier is very critical. That's one. Second, I think in terms of services, social protection usually, comes in from, the demand side to support, demand side, supporting, consumption, all that. We should have, at the same time, equally the same services at supply side. So complementing my colleague here, so supply side interventions are very critical because demand side intervention provided by social protection won't be enough. So complementarity between both demand and supply side, very critical.
Thank you very much. I would like to go to Dr. Wheeler before we come back to you, Justin. Dr. Wheeler, over to you. I don't know if you can hear me, but
I can now.
Okay.
I wasn't able to unmute myself, but now I am. So yes, thank you. So harmonization of data is obviously critical for all kinds of reasons to do with making sure you don't have duplication of payments and that you're being efficient and effective. It's a value for money thing. And, just to align and unify data sets and systems is obviously an incredibly important aspirational goal. However, I want to say it is a long-term goal for many, many countries. And given that we might have a sudden shock tomorrow, or all kinds of things happen, we might have a refugee crisis, we might have a conflict, we might have a health crisis. We also need to think, okay, what are the limits of harmonization of data? And what are we actually trying to do? In a social protection system, a national system for the long run, you need a harmonized, data, you need social registries. But when you have total uncertainty and even high probabilities of risk around events you're not sure will happen or not, you do need to think, okay, what's our big agenda here? It's to serve those who are most vulnerable, to make sure they don't become destitute, and targeting and provision and identifying those people in your data set and data management who need that. You need to worry much more about exclusion rather than inclusion errors. We often tie ourselves up in not worrying about, oh, we've included people who shouldn't have been included, they weren't in the data set. But in those short-term responses, we might need to have to rely much more on humanitarian type systems if our social protection system isn't quite ready to help us identify those in need, even if we do have some double counting and overlapping. I mean, if it's for a short period and it's for a sudden shock, usually we need to say, okay, we're willing to live with a bit of inclusion error at this point. We just want to make sure we get as much people included and we don't want to leave the poorest of the poor out. So yeah, absolutely, I agree with a lot of what people have already said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Justin.
Thank you very much. I think the question on data and systems, as much as in Rwanda, we should be proud of having a lot of rich data that have roots in the community that originate from there. But when it comes to shock response, I'm afraid different information systems and data could be tailored to their respective programs. If I can talk of the social protection systems and data, sure that this data, that the systems are kind of shock-proofed to ensure they are sensitive, because in their setting, they are just in the context of social protection. If we say a shock occurs, it means there is a need for timely response. Right now, we don't have that window for quick response as far as social protection is concerned. So we can leverage on the existing information systems and data, but I say the most critical is like we've chosen to be community-based, we've chosen to have services closer to the people. Personally, I'm just borrowing experience from the COVID times. Local governments, youth volunteers, and the other frontline service providers, we are there to provide timely data. So, but it means, again, the digital solutions we have adopted should inform us. Once we get that data from local government, how the registries that we have, and quickly enough so that we avoid some errors that can culminate from production of manual handwritten data. Again, on social protection, you find when we are working towards being effective and efficient to eliminate errors, we give equal importance to exclusion and inclusion errors. But I don't think in a shock responsive situation, we should give equal weight to exclusion and inclusion errors. I think exclusion error might be more mattering. If you leave somebody behind that is deserving in a time of crisis, I think this could be detrimental. So there is a lot of, I know social protection instruments are very good in mitigating, in responding, but we need really to shock-proof the entire system, right from targeting to monitoring, to identification of beneficiaries and all that stuff. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'd like to find out if there are any questions from the audience before we go to the next part of the session. Yes, there's Ivan in the corner and somewhere down the room.
Thank you, Dana. My question is to Taylor. Where does safeguarding play a role when we talk about accountability to the recipients? And my other question is to Justin, Mr. Gatsinzi. When it comes to targeting, especially on emergency response, when should we consider throwing the whole splitting of atoms and just saturate like a whole geographical sector? Silas, feel free to also speak to that.
Could you please raise your hand? Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Mwanangu Teofil. I'm the Vice Mayor in charge of social affairs in Burera district. Mine is a compliment, just all about the way we do sensitize people about their rights vis-a-vis social protection. As local entities, we are there to mobilize and teach people all about their rights. So in accordance with social protection, mainly shock responsive social protection, really we do have regular meetings weekly on Tuesday afternoon where we meet people in community-based gatherings called Inteko z'abaturage. There we do teach people about the policies, the programs, social programs that the government has put in place just to alleviate poverty. So if you allow me, I would like to tell you that even the accountability minister is there. Accountability ministers are there. We do have internal auditors, and the Office of Auditor General annually do come to audit how we do use the funds from the LODA, from the Ministry of Emergency Management, you know. So that is also a way of bringing in a kind of transparency, and everybody who is engaged in this system of dealing with chokes
is always eager to perform better because there is always accountability, follow-up controls of all sorts, depending on the level of institution. So I do want to just to let you know that we are there to make government programs flourish and bring in productivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like the panel to answer the questions put forward by Ivan. I believe it was to Taylor and Mr. Gatsinzi. Yeah, I'll start with you, Taylor.
Sure. Thank you for that really important question. I think one of the things that we've learned from this COVID response regionally and globally is that we still have a lot of holes to plug, right? And I won't lie and say that safeguarding has been top priority in most of the systems development thus far. But the good news is with the global popularity of social protection as a means to response, especially cash transfers, as well as the utility of it that everybody has seen. It's quite effective, it's fast, and it's also versatile. So it's not only about disasters, it's not only about droughts, but it can also be used to respond to economic shocks. It can be used to respond to man-made conflict or displacement. And I think it's starting to become more and more on the table now, especially around some of these more sensitive issues around conflict and displacement. So I'd like to say that I have a concrete answer in really specific places where it fits, but I think we're still shaking that out a bit. I will say, personally, and kind of as we're starting to move in this area, data protection and consent, even though it is an emergency and we need to get the response out now, it still is something that needs to be prioritized, and we need to figure that out. How do we protect people's data? How do we protect their personal information, which we're gathering some very personal information from these people? And also, how do we make sure when we're doing this integration of databases and registries and everything sharing and flying back and forth, that the person that gave that information actually agrees to that, or at least knows and understands that I gave my information once and I might get other people coming towards me with other programs, which will be helpful, but that kind of background kind of protection stuff still isn't really fully realized, but I think we're getting there a little bit more. Just last, and this is maybe more of an organic one, around the case management and the social worker piece. And I think that's a really important element, even in emergency, to really focus on, so that if people are having violations or issues, there is an outlet for them to go to, and they know that it's there. And sometimes it means not them coming to you, the program, but the program going out to them, making sure that their rights are being protected and they're not experiencing additional violations, sometimes either as a result of the disaster, fewer times, but sometimes as a result of the support they're receiving, et cetera. So I think that's just another case to have this really robust two-way communication with recipients. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Taylor. Mr. Justin Gatsinzi.
Yeah, thank you, Diane. Thanks, Ivan, for the question. And then under the context of social protection systems, we have been having eligibility criteria for household targeting that are based on some proxies, which give a fair picture that that house is vulnerable and can access scheme A, B, C, D of VUP. And when it has been coming to geographical targeting, here we have also been guided by the reports from National Institute of Statistics to gauge which regions have the highest concentration of poverty. And that's where we would scale up VUP very fast. That's where we do take like more resources. But now in a bid to make social protection responsive to shocks, I think this is something that has to be tweaked also, that has to be adapted for the affected by shocks. Targeting, I think where a shock has occurred, depending on what consequence, what the shock has produced, this is what can even determine what kind of response. This is what can determine it's a response that can be supplied by social protection or a disaster risk reduction and management agency. So again, here, that's where we are saying there is something that has to be done to shock-proof the social protection systems if they are really to contribute meaningfully to shock responding. Then geographically, I think it would be for some kind of shocks. If we say climatic shocks, naturally we know some dry belt of this country. Naturally, some trend analysis can be done, and we could fairly predict that region X, maybe Gisagara, maybe Bugesera or Kayonza, there is something that can be done, maybe in public works and other schemes because of that trend analysis. But for other rapid onsets of shocks, again here, we would be dependent on this collaborative arrangement that is going to make sure that our systems are talking to each other, that there is a framework that binds us together to plan the responding together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We've come to the end of this panel. I'm slightly surprised that we're managing well on time somehow. But yeah, a big round of applause to our panelists, as well as our virtual panelist, Dr. Sabadis Wheeler. Thank you very much. I'd like to now welcome the next panel. You may leave the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's fine. So this next panel, we have until, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 4:30, 4:45. You left your phone. Yes, it's here. Yes, this next panel is, we're going to talk numbers now, financing. And this particular session is, the title is Possible Mechanisms for Financing Climate Sensitive and Shock Responsive Social Protection. I would like to call to the stage Mr. James Odwor. He was here before. Yes, National Drought Management Authority, Kenya, CEO. I would like to call Ms. Anna Hansen, Social Development Advisor, FCDO Rwanda. I would like to call, I don't know if he's in the room, maybe my colleagues from WFP can confirm this, Mr. Richard Mushabe from Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. I don't think he's here. Okay, and Mr. Saidi Sibomana. Yes. He's the division manager, local development and planning and monitoring and evaluation from LODA. Welcome. And last but not least, we have also joining us remotely, Dr. Rachel Slater. If we could have her on our screens, just to make sure she's with us. Yes, there you are. Okay. Thank you very much. I will go straight into the questions. So really, this panel is to sort of provide an overview, of the possible ways to finance shock responsive social protection, so to speak. And my first question is just starting locally before we go, regionally, continentally, and even globally. But just locally, what financing mechanisms could be the most immediate and realistic ones for shock responsive social protection in Rwanda? And considering the legislation, the types of shocks, and the existing systems and the programs. I don't know who wants to go first.
Maybe, but you have asked, especially in Rwanda.
For Rwanda, exactly. So I will start with our panel speaker from LODA. Yes.
Thank you so much for this opportunity given to us maybe to explain different mechanisms of financing of social protection. So I was saying that I want maybe to thank you so much for this opportunity maybe to explain different stakeholders, how we are financing social protection in the country, different mechanisms we are using, So one, if just maybe you are going back a bit, government has decided to put into account and give more priority to social protection. So this one, it is considered during planning and the budget. And we are giving also more important social protection activities. So I can provide some more information. In the 3 years ago, we came from where just we are supporting social protection sector. I'm not talking only what Ministry of Local Government is supporting, I'm talking about the entire sector. So in 3 years ago, we are coming from 70 million Rwandese francs, and now we are calculating around 150 billion Rwandese francs injected in social protection. So it is meaning that we are giving social protection some means to ensure that really people they can graduate from poverty. So the money is coming from different sources. I can maybe mention government of Rwanda is participating more through different government programs. I can maybe say social protection under Ministry of Local Government. I can say in agriculture sector, we have different activities related to social protection. I can say Ministry of Midimar is also having different activities, education, and so on. So this is really the first different mechanism we are putting more money. I can also give some information in the Ministry of Local Government. You are getting normally 10% of domestic revenue to be used at local level. 40% of them is going direct in social protection programs, 40%. And also we have development partners who are injecting more money in social protection. Among of them, maybe I can say World Bank, we can say FCDO, we can talk about UNICEF, we can talk about Germany Cooperation, and so on. Most of them, they are coming in to ensure that really social protection programs are well implemented. And in different also government programs, in Ministry of Agriculture, we have also development partners who are injecting money in different programs. And also we have other in health who are supporting, especially in insurance scheme, to support people with the minimum means to support in the insurance called the health insurance scheme, to ensure that also they have capacity to access on health services. Those different mechanisms Rwanda has put in place to ensure really the social protection programs are implemented and to support those people living in extreme poverty. So now maybe to give another information, I know that maybe colleagues in the previous panels has discussed on it. Now we are supporting across the country 16% of people living in extreme poverty. It is around 470 households across the country. For those people living in extreme poverty, it is the one we are targeting, but it is not meaning that it is only who need some supports. So that is generally what maybe I can say, the different mechanisms, the budget injected, and the different source of financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask another question. Of course, thank you for the Rwanda content from NODA, but just to make it to broaden the conversation a bit more, it's just a general question, and I want to see, just hear ideas from the panelists. Currently, the needs of the sector, the funding needs for the sector at the moment exceed what's available from national and international sources. So my question generally is, how do we grow the social protection envelope as a whole? And just ideas on, different strategies in how we can achieve that. And I'll start with you, Ms. Anna Hansen.
Sure. Thank you, first of all, so much for having me here. And also thanks to all of the panelists and speakers that have gone before. I think that the benefit of going at the end of the day is that we can draw on all the fantastic discussion that's already been, but also we have the challenge of energizing you all about financing right at the end of the day. But nonetheless, your question about funding for the sector, I think I have two key messages around this. And again, these issues have come up previously in the discussions and the panels so far, but I think it's important to reiterate them when also talking about financing. And the first one is around investing in routine social protection. The effects of the pandemic has demonstrated the need to increase coverage and to strengthen the systems that we have in place, and also to ensure that they are better able to respond to shocks. This is absolutely critical. And we've seen that here in Rwanda too. The World Bank's economic update showed that, the impact of the pandemic on poverty rates is likely to have been significant, but it could have been far worse in the absence of the VUP program. And so I think we need to really draw on that lesson and recognize the return on the investment in routine social protection. However, we also know that coverage is below the need, and needs are likely to have increased as a result of the pandemic. So we do have a really big challenge ahead. And so it needs to be a priority for both the government and for us as development partners to prioritize funding for the sector and for social protection, strengthening the system, but also increasing the coverage. I recognize that this is a really challenging ask, especially given that we have fiscal constraints domestically, but also development partners have fewer funds, including us at the FCDO. So we need to think creatively. We need to work to try to leverage other donors that are currently not involved in social protection, speak to stakeholders that are not operating and not providing funding at the moment, really think creatively about where we can leverage funds. And this means pushing financing sort of out of the box, and also thinking about, I think importantly, how social protection can really be a game changer when it comes to climate change. And that has implications for financing as well, thinking through international climate finance as an opportunity for leveraging more funds. So we need to think creatively, and we need to work together to try to address the lack of funds and the increasing needs. I also just want to make a point around, that's also been picked up by colleagues previously, around ensuring that we prioritize equity in our financing decisions. The challenges that are posed by climate change and by COVID-19 really are putting us at the back foot when it comes to poverty reduction targets, but it's also deepening inequalities. And so resources, therefore, do not only need to be channeled through well-functioning and comprehensive systems, they need to put people at the center and reach the right people and respond to different types of needs. So in Rwanda, we know that during the pandemic, women cross-border traders were particularly hard hit by the economic impact of the pandemic. We also know that people with disabilities have really struggled and faced exacerbated vulnerabilities throughout this period. So we really need to make sure that we are increasing our investment in the approaches that are specifically targeting women, girls, people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups, and also contribute to the longer term empowerment of these groups and transformative objectives, also beyond the period of shock. And failing to do so, I think, runs the risk of deepening inequalities even further, as these vulnerable groups risk being left further behind at a time of shock. And finally, I just want to say that Rwanda has a really fantastic system in place. And, we've talked about this already throughout the day. And I think that now is really the time for us as development partners, but also government, to really invest in and strengthen the system so that we can prevent further poverty reversals and also effectively respond to climate change going forward.
Thank you very much, Anna. Over to you, Mr. Tor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll talk in general terms, depending on each country and depending on the circumstances, and taking note that each option has got advantages and disadvantages, and probably only one option is not enough. At the end of the day, we are looking at combination because the demands can be very high. So one source alone cannot be enough. We have to combine several sources. Number one is some countries have got what is called contingency fund. Some funds that are kept aside for any eventuality. I'm sure it's there. It is a certain percentage of the budget, but when it's kept somewhere, it's not earmarked for any particular activity. It is left just there for any eventuality. If a country has got such a fund and there's time for shock to respond, I think that kind of fund can be used, depending on the regulations and the laws of that country. That can be used. So that could be one option. In some places like Kenya, we have subnational government, county government. I believe even in Rwanda, you have districts. In those districts or subnational government, in some countries, there are laws that allows them to use certain percentage of their fund for emergency response. Like in Kenya, 2% of total budget of those counties can be used for response. If that kind of money is there, then I think it can be used for this kind of shock. The only problem with this kind of money, they are kept aside and can be used for anything. So most likely when you need it, when it's needed, it may not be there. It happened to me one time when we had a drought, very serious drought, 2016 to 2018. And we were saying we should use contingency fund. It was a very serious drought. And by the time the drought was happening, the fund had been used for other purposes, maybe military and other things. So that's another option. There are also in some areas where some specific funds have been established, like in our case, National Drought Emergency Fund. In some cases, National Disaster Risk Management Fund. So if you have the funds that have been established for response to such situations, that's okay. It may not be enough, but it could be a very good point to start. So that could be another option, depending on the circumstances and the countries. Insurance, and I know some counties are also going the insurance way, very important. Like us, we've been members of the African Risk Capacity Insurance, where the government buys premium and there's a payout. It's not much. In one season, we pay something like 450 million Kenyan shillings. And then we can get something like maximum of 300, I think, million US dollars. It's not enough, but can still support. So there are different kinds of insurance, crop, livestock, and other things. So if that insurance is there, it can be used. We also have another facility by the World Bank. It's a loan, catastrophic drawdown option, where if we go for that loan, then we can, when there's a need, we can even use our own money and then get that loan to cover that gap. Again, that could be an option depending on the circumstances, also the country. And then the last one, madam, the last one, this is also usually part of humanitarian assistance when there's shock and you need that kind of response. And most of the humanitarian assistance nowadays, they are going in terms of cash transfers. I know like in Kenya, the WFP and other people are going cash transfer. So in those circumstances also, such kind of response could be in form of humanitarian assistance. The only problem with the humanitarian assistance, maybe it may take long to write proposals, to mobilize resources, but also another problem with the humanitarian assistance, it could be ad hoc, on, off, and cannot be sustained. So I think if you put all these things together, depending on the country, depending on circumstances, these are all possible options. Which one is used, or in a combination, or what time, that one will be specific decision of that country at that moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are really good comprehensive examples, ranging from different countries, different capacities. Thank you for that. I'd like us to go to our virtual panelist, Dr. Rachel Slater. Same question to the rest of the panelists, to you, just strategies on how to grow the envelope when it comes to financing.
Thank you. Can you give me a thumbs up so that you can hear me okay? Lovely, thank you. I guess what I'd like to do is differentiate between financing within the social protection sector and financing beyond the social protection sector. So the first thing is that, yes, we know that social protection is chronically underfunded across most of sub-Saharan Africa. You know that this isn't just a Rwanda problem, but there are multiple new and growing avenues and mechanisms that have emerged over the past decade or so that we can potentially use. So within social protection, you've just heard from James about contingency funds. Now, at a national level, we can use contingency funds where we set aside money before a shock happens as a financial buffer. Now, what James was talking about was a non-sectoral contingency fund, But what we also have in some countries are sectoral contingency funds. So a contingency fund for social protection, such as the one that we have in Ethiopia. And I think the thing that I would flag about the sectoral funds in Ethiopia in particular is that these operate at federal level and at state level and at district level. So that's something that I think would be really important in Rwanda, where you tend to get localized shocks rather than big national shocks. The other thing that you can look at are things like risk financing or triggered contingent finance for a national level. And what this is all about is pre-positioning resources to reduce the time it takes to appeal for funding, then to get it, then to disperse it through the system. And again, that pre-positioning can happen regionally or nationally or sub-nationally. And the thing that I want to flag about these particular ideas is that even though they sound like national funds, in fact, international agencies are often keen on supporting contingency funds and risk financing mechanisms. But it's good to flag how you make that work, I think. And what's most important is that it's a system that everyone can trust. So ensuring that those funds are ring-fenced, in this case for social protection, ensuring that they cannot be diverted to other causes, making sure that the criteria that trigger the release of those funds are really clear, that they're appropriate for different geographies of shock, different geographies of vulnerability across the country, and most of all, making sure that those procedures are transparent are what opens the door to getting this kind of funding. And so getting trust in the sector, getting international agencies working together with government to make sure that the systems and the procedures are clear really matters. But if we go beyond the social protection sector itself, it's really clear to me that to support funding within the social protection sector, we have to look beyond it. And I think one of the key things that we need to do is leverage from the priorities of other donor agencies, especially the ones with the biggest international spend. I don't think I've ever heard of a big donor having an explicit one of its 5 priorities that's fund social protection, right? So the game is not as obvious as trying to find the people who want to fund social protection. They don't tend to articulate that as a major priority. But if you look at what Rwanda is trying to respond to with its social protection programs, there are entry points. So there's the preoccupation of donors and their commitment to supporting inequality, exclusion, particularly funding coming to support women and girls. So we need to look to that to try and make a case for supporting social protection. There's also conflict and recovery. So a lot of agencies, particularly the World Bank with its IDA sub-window on refugees, displacement and conflict, are pushing big amounts of money through the conflict, fragility, displacement, recovery routes. So the better the story that we can tell about using social protection to support those processes, the more we're going to be able to tap into those funds. And then the really big one, of course, is climate. And it's clear to me that in the social protection sector, we need to do a better job of tapping into international climate funds. We've already heard about this from one of the other speakers. They dominate the development funding landscape right now, but we are missing an opportunity. And I think it's interesting to ask ourselves whether we're articulating the links between social protection spending at national level with what we do at national level for climate mitigation and adaptation. And one of the interesting things that I learned recently off the back of the COP was that countries, when they articulate what are called their nationally determined contributions, their NDCs, where they show the rest of the world what they're doing to meet the commitments that they've made on climate change, rarely articulate these in relation to SDG 1, and even less often articulate these in relation to SDG 1.3, the part of it that's about social protection. And so at a national level, when we talk about financing, if we're failing to make a connection between social protection and what we do on climate nationally, then we're really unlikely to be able to leverage money from the big climate funds to support other activities. So I think there's a bit of work to be done at national level to articulate those linkages better, because that will help us then tap into more international climate finance. And then the final point that I wanted to make was international agencies love innovation, right? So I wonder if some of the things that might be useful for Rwanda are to start looking not just at social assistance and transfers, not just at how cash transfers or public works and asset creation can create more resilient households in the face of climate shocks, but also to start looking more to the other bits of social protection, like insurance. And it might look the same if we start doing more insurance to the people on the ground. If they're in trouble, they get a cash transfer. But further up the money supply chain, we'd actually be doing different things. We'd be pooling risk and working in a really different way. So I think there's scope to start looking at some of those innovative and different ways of trying to seek finance beyond getting funding for our social transfers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Dr. Rachel Slater. I want to just go to the audience right now before we close this session. Well, yeah, very many questions. Let me come back to that table because that table consists of panelists who are just here. We'll come back to you. If you could start our questions with the gentleman on the extreme right side of the room. Your name, institution, and please be as brief as possible with your questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Jean-Claude Rwahama from LODA. My question goes to Dr. Rachel. She mentioned a kind of a mixture of intervention, the shock responsive, social protection, and some humanitarian interventions in terms of crisis. So I just wanted to understand the role of shock responsive social protection interventions. For instance, when we have mass displacements of people from one country to another or internally displaced persons, the role of shock responsive social protection vis-a-vis the humanitarian intervention which are normally conducted in such kind of situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have two questions there. Mr. Odahemuka and Mr. Gatsinzi.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, probably not a thought, just a proposal. So we are sitting here discussing the financing, which is a very important question. And I think Rwanda has experience when it comes to coming up with some innovative solutions. So I'll give an example. One is, the experience we went through with Agaciro Development Fund and where it is now. What has happened to raise financing for CBHI, community-based health insurance. Why can't we now think of, more or less, something the same to come up with, that emergency, fund that we are talking about? Because we might sit here today and then 10 years later, we sit again discussing, how do we finance? So can't we act now, probably those who are in that position? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mine is also not a question, but first and foremost, compliment to the fellow panelists for their contribution to this subject matter. And just to add on a few things. One, I think in establishment of a financing mechanism, there is a need to do a business case. Can we do a cost-benefit analysis? Can we show the opportunity cost of not responding, of not expanding social protection coverage to have that business case to influence a fiscal space for this domain in the face of development partners, and as well as in the face of government, which we see has been contributing greatly to social protection. Then among other mechanisms they have suggested, I just had this to add on and I won't take a lot of time. How about shock responsive budgeting across sectors? When the Minister of State was opening this forum, she talked of a multi-sector approach. So like we know we have adopted the gender budgeting policy, and we know it's doing wonders. There's increased sensitivity of all sectors to gender. So shocks, vulnerability is something that the country desires to be high, poverty-free soon. And this is something that can also be tweaked around to make sure all sectors are contributing to this noble domain. Then I was wondering, how about the taxi system, in particular the indirect taxes? I'm not an expert on that, but I've been thinking maybe some kind of manipulation around indirect tax system and the base could make sure we are getting something to contribute into shock prevention and responsive. Also, I thought engagement of private sector, this is something that we saw that worked during the COVID times. Private companies can have that social responsibility to contribute. Individual, private people at individual level have demonstrated willingness to contribute. And like Silas said, one of our innovative character has been valuing some of our homegrown strategies. How about, we saw there was contribution of community members anyway. So we can also leverage on managing, on promoting this community helpfulness to one another. And we know it also worked and they contributed. And yeah, basically, I think others they have said, but also in terms of accessing climate fund, I think some relaxation of the eligibility criteria are needed to make sure it is also shock responsive, to make sure it can even be aligned to social protection schemes if social protection can contribute meaningfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gatsinzi, for your, your really concrete examples on strategies to grow the social, the funding financing for shock response social protection. I want just two more questions or comments. I don't know if you can really be brief so we can give a chance to the panelists to answer.
Thank you so much. And actually, our colleague from LODA actually already touched on some of it, but I was curious from the panel in terms of domestic entry points, right? And we understand that social protection has impacts on a lot of different sectors, as does, it's much cheaper to respond early or ahead of a crisis as opposed to respond after a crisis. And so I'm curious if the panel, maybe particularly the colleagues from the government, have any ideas or any strategy that they've used to mobilize resources from their ministries of finance, or maybe from their other sectoral colleagues to contribute, seeing that everybody's going to get a bit of their outcome, touched on if this sector is well invested in. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I think the idea I had, somehow Taylor touched on it. But my proposal or the idea I have, I wanted like Rwanda, building on the opportunity that we have an accountable government that is trusted by many people, maybe having a basket fund, which basket fund the government can contribute to. Already they have like a contingency fund. We have international organizations, NGOs, like banks, for instance, under corporate social responsibility. They also contribute to that because even some projects and NGOs, because the shocks, when we look at the impact of shock or the intervention is preventive and responding to shocks. If that basket fund can help us to be preventive to some shocks, for instance, the banks, if they have given loans even the banks lose, or insurance companies lose, or even all the NGOs, because our results are affected by these shocks. So that's why I thought that maybe having this basket fund where many organizations or people, even private sector people, contributes to would be an ideal strategy to mobilize more resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that said, I would like us to just give a chance to the doctor to respond to the question. Dr. Yes, please go ahead. There's a question asked to you.
Yeah, sorry, I had to wait for the organizers to unmute me. I'm not allowed to do it until I'm invited. Can you hear? You can hear me now. Okay, great. Yeah, so I mean, the bit I really wanted to pick up on was this question about refugees and IDPs. And I think there's an important distinction when we're talking about shock responsive social protection for people who've crossed national boundaries compared to people who are internally displaced. And if you look at things like internal displacement due to some sort of climate or weather shock, often we can relatively easily bring displaced people into existing social protection programs by adding them as beneficiaries for a fixed period of time. That bit's relatively easy. The refugees bit, the people displaced across international boundaries, is much more difficult. If you look at things like the commitment to the social protection floor, it's about social protection for citizens, not for residents. So not for people who've been displaced. And that's one of the situations where we start to trip up. We've already got an underfunded social protection system, and there are big problematic questions for governments when they're asked, are you going to start supporting refugees through your national system? And I think that the answer that governments should be giving to the rest of the world is, yeah, we're happy to have refugees within our system, or to set up programs that run in parallel with our system, are routed through the same banking systems or payment systems. But we need global support in order to deal with what is essentially a transnational challenge. And that's what I would say if I was sitting in government. I can respond on some of the things about pooling risks and on business cases if you like, but I'll stop there unless you ask me to say anything else.
Thank you. And I hope the question that was asked, I hope you've gotten clarity from Dr. Rachel Slater. I would like to just hear from the rest of the panelists if they have any more comments that they'd like to add. Yes.
Thank you so much. And most of the comments are different proposal we are getting from audience. Some of them, they are talking about that we can put in place a fund dedicated to shocks, and others, they are talking about if just we can increase tax base to ensure that maybe the money injected in the social protection are increased. And others, they are talking about maybe to engage community to ensure that really we have like interlink and the people, they can even just support each other. Those are different ideas. And they also got suggested that we can have like a study to see different mechanisms we can increase, we can come with different mechanisms to ensure that these shocks really are supported. So what maybe I can informing you, it is that in Rwanda, we have different mechanisms also to respond to shocks. In the budgeting, we have like a budget dedicated to that, and it is usually different shocks, and it is calculated on previous financial year. It is calculated between 1% to 5%. But according to this one, because we are facing different shocks, it is not sufficient, and we need having really a different mechanism to ensure that really, if just we are facing shocks, we have means to respond to maybe to people affected by shocks. That is one. But also, I want maybe to bring another idea. Most of shocks are defined, and we know different causes of those shocks. Some of them can be controlled, can be maintained. So I'm asking myself how maybe we can come with this, like some prevention rather than maybe continuing facing shocks, like maybe erosion, how just you can put more emphasis in erosion by tree planting, by radical terracing, by putting some like road control, and to ensure that really when just shocks are coming, we don't have more people affected by this one. That's one. That second one, maybe we need also to put more emphasis on graduation. We have injected more means in social protection. How did you can maybe ensure that people supported in social protection program are graduating when just they are facing shocks, they are not direct affected and put and fed in the poverty and extreme poverty. So we think when just you are assessing those different mechanisms, we have also to think on those different causes of shocks. I learned that maybe in agriculture, how just we can put more emphasis in the agriculture area where people, when just they are facing drought, maybe they are having some like stocks. So those different ideas maybe you can also put on table and be discussed. That's what just maybe I can mention. Maybe those ideas are coming in, can be analyzed, can be assessed, and we have different mechanisms in Rwanda, which maybe can be assessed, improved, but also we know we need also to assess those causes of those shocks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anna, over to you, and after Mr. Odor.
Great, thank you. So I might pick up on two of Justin's points first, and the first one is around the use of evidence, and I think this is absolutely critical in trying to leverage more funding, right? And speaking as a donor, no question. And I think that we can, within the social protection sector, become much better at using evidence that we already have, but also investing in new evidence around showing the impact of the support that's being provided. I think that the presentation by Ivan this morning from NISR was absolutely fantastic. While the EICV data is a few years old now, the data is clear around poverty, and we know that shocks mean that people churn around the poverty line, in and out, in and out. And the cost of that is huge. It's impacting on human capital outcomes, nutrition outcomes, health, etc., economic growth, right? So the cost is high, but we need to be able to articulate how social protection can, counteract that. And I think that we as a sector must be better at doing that and invest in more research and evidence around it. We know that there is a good story to tell, and we just need to do it better, I think. Then I'm glad that you picked up on the point around climate financing and the sort of eligibility for climate financing. I think that it's an important moment now, building on the momentum created at COP26 in Glasgow just a month ago. I think that there's a real growing understanding, appetite, and sort of enthusiasm around looking at social protection as a game changer for climate change, early action on climate change. And I think that there is a role for us as international stakeholders, but also here in Rwanda, to really advocate for social protection to be included as a really key part of climate financing. So we need to work closely with the Ministry of Environment here as well to make sure that we can make that case for social protection. Then finally, just to pick up on Silas's point around, okay, we've got experience here in Rwanda around doing lots of innovative work within social protection, and so can't we just get on with it now? And I think this forum here today, getting together as a multitude of stakeholders and discussing the key issues, the key instruments, financing options, etc., is a really good way of kickstarting the conversation, but we really need to take it forward now. And there is a nascent technical working group on shock responsive social protection. And, I think that group is really going to need to take this conversation forward, engage us all in that conversation, and make sure that we can shock-proof the system going forward.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Odwar.
Thank you very much. I support the idea our colleague mentioned on the need of clarity. Which one is the option? Which is the least cost option? Why is it? So that it's extremely clear and justified. Because sometimes when I look at this shock responsive and whatever happens in some places, it's not clear why we are doing this and not this and why not. So that clarity is number one and proper justification. However, as I said from the very beginning, whichever way you look at it, one option alone may not be enough. Even if you put it in our budget, even if you wanted to use the budget just to do shock responsive and we don't do any other activity, it may not even be enough. So you must have those options so that you cover it from maybe indirect taxes has been mentioned, maybe from the budget, percent of the budget, private sector, basket fund, and all these things. And finally, madam, finally, an idea has been mentioned, but that is the idea which, when we discuss, is not mentioned very much. But I think personally, it was mentioned by our colleague here, that's the way to go. Invest as much as possible in disaster risk reduction. Because if you concentrate so much on the shock responsive, you want something to happen, then you fund, or you wait it for happen, then you fund, and you don't do the other way of investing that risk, we are not going to manage. In fact, the cost of this social responsive protection response will go so high. So I think as much as possible, let's invest in disaster risk reduction and ensure we reduce the other side of the story. And also it was mentioned the issue of graduation. It should not be the order of the day. It should just be for some, or like maybe drought and other. It should be, you are helped, by this time you are out, and we reduce in disaster risk reduction so that the cost of that thing is reduced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't agree with you more on the risk mitigation strategies, like you said, and both of you said. A round of applause to the panel. I think I would like to now call one of my colleagues from the Ministry of Local Government for the summation of today's deliberations before we officially close. Thank you. You can get off stage. Thank you.
Maybe you give me a contact. If I have a function like this in Kenya.
Absolutely. I'm going to look for you. Okay.
Thank you, Dana. Honorable Minister, Permanent Secretaries here, heads of institutions, all protocol staffs. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present to you the summary of the proceedings from this forum today. My name's Ivory Chris. I work as the Strategic Technical Advisor in the Ministry of Local Government. Personally, I think today was a learning experience. I don't know about the rest of you, but it was refreshing, and I think I learned a lot. So during these proceedings, we quickly put together some of the proceedings, and I'm going to read them to you. They were not, because you see the final session just ended, so there are some we didn't probably catch, but they will come in the later version when we share it. So today I think what we saw was a lot of interest in this on the agenda items that were presented with the expertise that was available, and other ways of how we're going to innovate and think about how climate sensitive social protection can be taken forward. And thanks to our partners for the support that was provided in this endeavor. There was also a strong consensus there that shocks, albeit often localized and small scale, are affecting the well-being of communities and affecting the rate of poverty reduction. I think we heard from DDG from NISR that with shocks, poverty tends to go up. Without shocks, poverty tends to go down. And this, I think, is a call out to all sectors to contribute in addressing this challenge. The other thing we learned today was that shock responsive social protection is gaining momentum globally. And Rwanda's unique context will also allow us to innovate and develop homegrown solutions that build on the strong DRM and social protection systems that we already have in place. We also discussed how shock responsive social protection is only not about disaster response, but entails preparedness before a shock and mitigation of impacts of a shock through building resilience. The perspective should include before, during, and after a shock, and finding complementarities between different sector efforts and investments. We also learned that during a disaster or a shock, time is of essence and the speed of response is crucial. As such, in the social protection sector and other sectors, there is need to explore how we can move towards more flexible policies, instruments, tools, and financial resources that can provide risk-averse communities and households to cope with the shocks and the crisis. And this should be done in an inclusive and equitable way. Here we are talking about we shouldn't forget about women, we shouldn't forget about children, persons with disabilities, all persons, because the gravity of a shock to this can be different, and the magnitude can always vary according to the different vulnerabilities. We also learned about the coordination mechanisms that are agreed to be already strong in Rwanda, but need to be strengthened. Here we talked about joint planning, budgeting, delivery mechanisms to effectively respond, adapt, and mitigate risks. Here we're talking about coordination in the different sectors: social protection, emergency management, agriculture, environment, private sector, the media. As we know that with a strong, there was a strong argument that cross-sectoral collaboration is essential to address this dual challenge of poverty and shocks. So, and then maybe coordination should be further institutionalized, and joint planning for the area of shock responsive social protection should be pursued. We also, so that we saw a strong consensus, explore information and data system strengthening and integration, how we are talking about sectoral MISs and M&E systems to holistically understand households and share data about services provided across the sectors. In this way, we can better understand the people we serve, what they need, what services are they already getting, and what gaps are there. By this, there is a call for more consolidated evidence about shocks and their impact. And finally, on this point, we should be looking at two-way information sharing and communication. It's so crucial in disaster situations, as well as putting the opportunities for grievances and redress mechanisms, enable shock-affected people to plan, access services, and voice their needs and ideas. We're also called to continue strengthening the existing social protection systems to enable it to play an important role in management of shocks and adaptation to climate change at national level. A key element that came up in this discussion is that the importance of increasing coverage, adequacy of transfers, and comprehensiveness of routine and social protection programs. Specifically on VUP, it is recognized that it is able to contribute to reducing risk and vulnerability and long-term resilience of households. I think this was also presented by NISR Deputy Director General. And then we should be looking at on-demand retargeting as a potential area to pursue. It is also important to do this in an inclusive and equitable way to ensure that social protection programs are shock responsive. Again, on this point, we also saw that our social registries and the OBDE systems are relevant to analyze further using this angle. And again, we need to look at local service providers and how they are relevant, the knowledge that is available and data that can inform our targeting in terms of emergencies. All core administrative and area systems have to be further strengthened and shock-proofed. And this is a call for agile systems that can generate timely, accurate data and flexible financing mechanisms for rapid response and interventions. Here we're talking about early warning systems, digital or e-payments that have to be re-emphasized, dynamic social registry, response fund, all these are systems that need to be looked into in terms of strengthening the delivery and administrative systems. Again, on financing of social response, social protection, it requires a layered approach where different sources and mechanisms of financing and funding are combined. So these can include sector-specific and non-sector-specific national or localized contingent funding to address local specific shocks. These should be in addition to advocacy for core funding of the social protection sector in order to support its system strengthening and the increase of coverage. Different funding instruments can be layered, combining the domestic and external resources and a combination of financing instruments. The available instruments and sources in Rwanda can be further mapped from all different stakeholders and to be better understood, and then we see how they can all contribute. But also innovative financing sources such as climate financing can be pursued. I think this was mentioned in the last session. So that is another area that we need to also maybe explore further after this session. So in conclusion, and this is not like the final report will be shared and maybe other inputs put together. This is the first step in this dialogue. And I think there's the need for continuing cross-sectoral dialogue and technical work building on the existing structures, policies, and systems. We believe that after this session, more technical work to develop an action plan towards implementing some of these recommendations will be taken forward by the technical committee and then maybe discussed in the technical working group that has been mentioned earlier as one of the panelists mentioned. This is what we are able to put together, and thank you for paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. I would like to now welcome for our closing remarks, our guest of honor who is here with us today, Honorable Minister Solange Kaisire from the Ministry of Emergency Management. Please, let's welcome her to the podium.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here today to participate in the Policy Forum on Shock Responsive Social Protection in Rwanda. First, I would like to thank Ministry of Local Government and WFP for organizing this important forum and commend the fruitful policy discussions held today. I thank also the UN Resident Coordinator for his leadership in the implementation of SDG Joint Program on accelerating integrated policies and interventions to promote social protection in Rwanda. I extend my appreciation to all institutions involved in the process of shock responsive social protection, such as Rwanda, Minagri, UNICEF, FAO district, and all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, Rwanda, as many countries, other many countries around, faces disasters. In the last 5 years, more than 1,000 people have been killed by disasters. More than 36,000 house destroyed, close to 34,000 hectares of crops have been washed away, and hundreds of classrooms, roads, bridges damaged. Consequently, as an average, close to 200 million USD are lost every year. These damages and losses affect people's livelihoods and impact the socioeconomic development efforts of the country. However, it is a fact that when we look at the impact in a wake of disaster, people living in poverty and vulnerable people suffer disproportionately since they depend on social protection schemes and have fewer or no savings to smooth the impact. Usually, their livelihoods depend on fewer assets, and when disasters strike, their vulnerability are increased. Based on these consequences, as per today's discussion, it is paramount to strengthen responsive social protection policies and programs to enhance resilience of vulnerable people, especially in disaster-prone areas. We all know in this context that social protection program can serve a dual purpose. One is to reduce vulnerabilities so that communities are more resilient to shocks and can recover faster. Second is to be a vehicle to enable early action for risk reduction and resilience. Therefore, VUP is one of the good entry points to ensure effective emergency preparedness, response, and recovery. For example, using VUP public works and direct support, we can contribute to disaster reduction intervention, including retrofitting of houses for most vulnerable people to increase their resilience, participate in community works aiming at building back better houses, infrastructure, which are destroyed by disasters. Riverbanks protection, cleaning water channels, and erosion control to prevent and mitigate floods and landslides. These are just few examples, but many initiatives and approaches are in place, and others have been discussed and recommendations made today. Let us all ensure that they are well and timely implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, investment in shock responsive and adaptive social protection system before a disaster occurs can strongly influence the quick recovery. And throughout this forum, the value of linking disaster risk management system to social protection programs before disaster strike has been demonstrated. However, it is required to ensure complementarities and linkages between social protection, disaster risk reduction, and resilience across all socio-economic sectors, and to continue exploring possible mechanisms for financing shock responsive social protection. Before I conclude my remarks, I would like to take this opportunity to applaud recommendation made today. I strongly believe that this policy forum paves a way to practical actions which will allow synergies between social protection and disaster risk interventions. I also wish to reiterate the government of Rwanda commitment to continue working closely with all concerned stakeholders to implement recommendations made today. I thank you, very much I thank very much all the panelists and all of you participants for your invaluable contributions. Once again, I congratulate Minalog, WFP, and all the partners for organizing this important forum. Murakoze cyane for your kind attention, and mugire umugoroba mwiza. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Just a few announcements to make. One, if you have a COVID-19 test receipt, you can present it at the door and you'll be given a refund. I was told to make that announcement. So if you have the physical receipt with you, the document, please present it at the door. Last of all, we are now going to, unwind. It's a Thursday, sorry. Clearly you can see I can't wait to end this hectic week. It's been a packed day, so let's unwind. We're going to go upstairs. We'll be guided upstairs to the rooftop just for a few bites and cocktails and more networking. Wishing you all a productive Friday and good weekend. And thank you everyone for a very fruitful conference. Thank you.